Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Hello, Madria. Anyone in the bushes, in the trees, in the leaves, in the sky, on the beach, in Belize, in Aruba, wherever you may be. And if it's just me, I'm going to say welcome. I'm going to start where I finished. On last week, we were talking about, and I guess I should say a few days ago, we were talking about the trial penalty, which is forcing a lot of young people to take plea deals, taking away our Sixth Amendment right to a trial by jury of our peers. Now, this booklet that I'm doing the plea bargain on is a federal study, but it applies to the state as well. And we know that we've been keeping up with Fani Willis on the side of Donald Trump and her assistant DA on the side of Young Thug. And we know that those cases are state RICO cases, which we kind of went over a little bit about how they're just not adding up. Those trials, I spend time watching those trials. And the Young Thug trial is amazing. They're trying to tie them all in as if he's the kingpin. He's the Don. He calls the shots. But these young men are just boys in the hood that grew up hard, and they did whatever they could, or whatever they thought they could do to make it. I don't condone their crimes, and the sad part about it is they've actually, most of them are either in prison or have been to prison and served their time and came out. And it seems that some of them that went to prison and served their time went on a plea bargain. And as soon as they came out, they pulled them back into this case, which it seems double jeopardy to me, but apparently not. Because they're trying to tie them in as RICO. It's a lot of great people cover this story. And one of the ones that I like that covers the Thug trial is Teddy Nash. She does a very good job. And one of the great things about some of these people, it's the new lady. Her name is Allison G. She's really good. She does little short clips and everything. And they're good with editing, so they can put some stuff in there and really spice it up. And that's fantastic. I can't do any of that. So I do what I do. And I appreciate anybody that comes and want to hear my point of view. But I like to come from an educational point of view, giving you erudite which is development for humans. Because we hear about a lot of things, but we really don't understand what we're hearing. We don't know what they mean. And if we don't have any dealings with the criminal and justice system, we certainly don't have a great interest in what's going on with people that we deem criminal minded. And a lot of these people are, and we know why, and it's because of their living conditions. And I think that's in any community where the conditions are deplorable and with food deserts, and all you're getting pumped into your community is weapons and drugs, then you kind of, have this outcome, and you can expect this outcome. And this is what we get. Well, I'm going to go on and let's start where we left off with the penalty. And we're into the introduction. For decades, criminal justice in this country has remained largely hidden from public scrutiny, relegated to backroom negotiations between prosecutors and defendants, where the defendant agrees to forego fundamental constitutional rights in exchange for the hope of leniency in sentencing. Year after year, the trend has seen the percentage of federal defendants pleading guilty continuing to rise. In 2016, 97.3% of defendants in the federal criminal justice system opted to concede their guilt. And in 2017, that number held steady at 97.2%. That means that in recent years, fewer than 3% of federal criminal defendants choose to take advantage of one of the most crucial constitutional rights. In 2016, 97.3% of the defendants in the federal court justice system opted to concede to their guilt. And in 2017, that number held steady at 97.2%. That means that in recent years, fewer than 3% of federal criminal defendants choose to take advantage of one of the most crucial constitutional rights. Plea bargaining has become so widely accepted that these statistics are unlikely to shock the average reader, but they should be deeply troubling. In a recent article in the New York Times, one federal judge highlighted the important role of the jury trial, not only as a truth-seeking mechanism and means of achieving fairness, but also as a shield against tyranny. And that really is what it feels like we're living under, is sure tyranny, which they said only comes with Donald Trump, but I can't tell. The way things are going, I really can't tell. As Thomas Jefferson famously said, I consider trial by jury as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man, by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. Indeed, jury trials offer the average citizen an opportunity to directly participate in the criminal justice process to prevent the government from overstepping its authority. The public may still decry over-criminalization and the soaring prison population from afar, but the proliferation of plea bargaining has largely eliminated the public's traditional ability to nullify the government's overreach in individual cases. Despite the clear intentions of the country's founders, American society was willingly handed their authority back to the very institutions that juries were meant to keep in check. And I'd like to thank you all for coming into the chat, and please be sure and hit the like button for me if you don't mind. What's more, they have done so not in the name of justice, but of efficiency. The current public attitude echoes the same justification the Supreme Court gave when it jettisoned its historical skepticism of plea bargaining. If every criminal charge were subjected to a full-scale trial, the states and the federal government would need to multiply by many times the number of judges in court facilities. However appealing the efficiency argument may be, it completely eviscerates the myriad protections secured by a jury trial. Defendants who go to trial enjoy the right to be found guilty only by a jury of their peers, selected with the input of defendants' counsel and under restrictions to prevent discrimination that could cause the jury's decision to be unfairly biased. To discover exculpatory and impeachment evidence that jurors would likely find material. To confront the cross-examined witnesses to ensure live adversarial testing of the prosecution's case. These are the things that you get when you go to trial. And they may not seem like anything to us that's never been involved in that, but we would like to have the right to do that. I'm going to say hi, Denial. And hello there, Angela Jordan. Hi from Florida, Bahara. I'm going to say Bahara Bay. I don't know if I can say your Raisa. Thank you, Bahara. Some people don't like my introduction music, and they say it go too long before I say something. But, you know, normally when we're going live, we really want to be talking to people in the chat, and I don't get a lot of people in my chat, so I try to give the ones that I know that's pretty much coming an opportunity to get here before I start. And I know anybody can go back and, you know, replay it and fast forward through the music, but I love music, any kind of music, but I really love piano, and I just like this sound, so it helps too. It helps me do my show better. And it helps with when I play other people's videos. YouTube like for us to do something different. And, you know, fair use give us the right to use it. And most people don't mind you using their videos because that's another form of getting their video out. And then you probably would go look at those people. And that's fantastic. But I just try to do what I can. So I thank you for appreciating that. So let me get back to this. To eliminate any adverse comments by the prosecution regarding the defendant's choice to remain silent. To be found guilty only by a unanimous decision from the jury that they found evidence of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt after proper instructions to ensure that they understand the necessary level of proof and the burden on the prosecution to prove its case. To raise constitutional and other legal challenges to the manner in which the government acquired evidence to support prosecution, and to appeal the conviction and any ancillary rulings underlying the conviction. And looking at this Young Thug case, you all really don't understand just how vital and serious this information is. And I've had this booklet, and I've been going to do it for a while. The Fani Willis case came up while, you know, with the Trump situation, so I kind of pushed it on the back burner. That was before I even got interested in the Young Thug case. I didn't know it had been going on as long as it has. I didn't know what the conditions of the case, but once I started looking at it, then this trial penalty is really apropos. It's really necessary, and whether we're involved in this system or not, we need to know about this system, because we never know when someone we love may be involved in this system. Hello, Regina M. Good to see you. And Regina, I just did that article just the other day, and I think it was the one with Fani and that DA on the same thing. That was an excellent article. Thank you for sending it to me, but I just did that the other day. And you can drop it in the chat if you like, in case somebody want to go read it. You can do that. None of these protections is available to a defendant who pleads guilty. Popular arguments about greater efficiency thus inevitably lead to an uncomfortable conclusion. However important these constitutional rights are, this country cannot afford to uphold them, save in 3% of criminal cases. There are undoubted advantages in allowing defendants to plead guilty for the government, for society, and for defendants themselves. But do those advantages come at the expense of fairness and justice? And I say yes. There are undoubted advantages in allowing defendants to plead guilty for the government, for society, and for defendants themselves. But do those advantages come at the expense of fairness and justice? The astounding percentage of defendants who so willingly relinquish important constitutional protections alone demands closer scrutiny of plea bargaining. Despite the nominal right of individual defendants to insist on a trial, recent studies have revealed that the plea bargaining process can be so coercive it can influence even innocent defendants to plead guilty. As this report details, there is ample evidence that many defendants are compelled to forego their right to a trial because the penalties they would otherwise face are too steep to risk. This trial penalty, the discrepancy between the sentence offered during plea negotiations and the sentence a defendant will face after trial, has received much attention in recent years. In 2013, Human Rights Watch published a report detailing how prosecutors use the trial penalty to force federal drug defendants to plead guilty. Joining that effort, NACDL has undertaken its own study to examine the mechanisms that contribute to the trial penalty in federal criminal cases across the board. The United States Sentencing Commission's data on federal sentencing confirms the existence of a trial penalty. In 2015, in most primary offense categories, the average post-trial sentence was more than triple the average post-plea sentence. In antitrust cases, it was more than 8 times as high. And it says see figure 1 below. Although these averages do not represent the precise choice faced by any individual defendant, NACDL has also conducted a survey and identified numerous real-world instances of the trial penalty, where defendants who went to trial faced extreme penalties compared to the sentences they were offered during plea negotiations or the sentences of their similarly suited co-defendants. Because plea negotiations are off the record and because most cases plead out, data regarding plea offers is largely unavailable. So there is no way to accurately calculate the full extent of the trial penalty. Nevertheless, a combination of anecdotal evidence and an analysis of prosecutorial practices, sentencing laws, and judicial decisions strongly suggest that coercion plays a major role in the ever-increasing percentage of defendants who forego their right to a trial. Federal prosecutors who are already personally incentivized to achieve speedy convictions have virtually unbridled discretion over decisions that will dictate a defendant's ultimate sentence. They possess nearly exclusive authority in selecting what charges to bring, and in most cases, any number of criminal statutes could apply to a defendant's conduct. Each carry a different potential sentence. Prosecutors thus have wide discretion to choose to add or drop charges in an effort to achieve a guilty plea. On the other hand, defendants presented with plea offers are often at an informational disadvantage and are unable to adequately assess the likelihood that they could be acquitted of the charges the prosecutor has selected, even with the benefit of effective assistance of counsel. The federal sentencing laws, in turn, provide prosecutors with an arsenal of tools that can be manipulated to convince defendants to plead. The federal sentencing guidelines, which are the starting point for the sentencing in all federal cases, can result in excruciatingly steep penalties that are frequently disproportionate to a defendant's actual culpability. And important reductions from those penalties are generally only available to defendants who plead guilty. Although judges retain ultimate authority over final sentences, mandatory minimum sentencing statutes, which are only triggered by a prosecutor's decision to charge under the statute, curb judges' discretion in many instances. Even when there is no mandatory penalty in play, many judges are reticent to meaningfully exercise their discretion and instead cling to the familiar guidelines calculations, which are unlikely to be overturned on appeal. In short, the system is stacked against a defendant who insists on his right to a trial because the only way to ensure a fair sentence is to plead guilty. This is what they're doing with their power. Fortunately, the mechanisms that contribute to the trial penalty are not cemented in stone. In this report, NACDL has highlighted some of the specific ways defendants are unfairly coerced to forego their right to a trial, with the goal of making progress toward reducing the impact of the trial penalty. To that end, NACDL has proposed several specific recommendations for reform. NACDL is hopeful that this effort will spur a broader movement to eliminate the coercive forces at play in plea bargaining and restore true freedom of choice for criminal defendants. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta wipe my little old second pair of eyes. I'm just gonna read this next little chapter because there are not many pages, and then I'll go on to show y'all the shenanigans and the craziness in the young thug trial. It is really sad how these people are allowed to get away with what they're getting away with in furtherance of their career. They keep talking about these people in furtherance of a crime, but actually these people are doing all of this stuff trying to be, I don't know if they want to be movie star actors or actresses, or if they really think that they have a chance at being federal Article 3 judges, or if they have an opportunity to sit in Congress or even lobby for these big companies, because I think it's amazing, and I don't know how true it is, but just before Fani Willis won this seat to be the DA, remember she said she had went almost completely broke trying to fund her campaign, and she took out all of her money, and then she didn't have money, but when she got with Nathan, all of a sudden she has money. And when you look up her worth on the internet, it says $8 million. Now, I don't know how that could have happened just with her being a DA. How could she be worth $8 million? Now, maybe some would say she invested and, got a good return on her investment. And that could be true, but I don't believe it. Nor do I believe she's worth $8 million. But that's just my personal opinion. And it has nothing to do with this story. I just want to say that. Regina said the only way to a fair trial is to plead guilty. That's what they telling everybody. Because other than that, you grass. So, let's see. Measuring the trial penalty. This is some interesting stuff to me. And if we could teach this to our children, tell them to read it and do an essay on it. The judge had them doing essays in his courtroom in Young Thug. So certainly we as parents, if we want to save our babies, we're going to have to start finding some new tactics, because there's so many things that's coming at them and at us. So we have to try to do, whatever we can to give them a chance at life the best we know how. Based on the data files published by the Sentencing Commission, NACDL has calculated the discrepancy between average sentences post-trial as opposed to those imposed following a guilty plea. See Figure 1 below. When compared within each primary offense category, the results tend to confirm the existence of a trial penalty. For instance, in 2015, the average sentence for fraud was 3 times as high for defendants who went to trial versus those who pled guilty. And for burglary, breaking and entering, and embezzlement, it was nearly 8 times as high. Although these analysis does not take into account every factor in each individual case that may have led to a higher sentence, the fact that post-trial sentences tend to be significantly higher in most primary offense categories suggests that defendants are in fact being penalized for going to trial. Regina said, exactly. How can Fani Willis' net worth be $8 million? Some of us know how, if it's true. I agree, Regina. I agree. It may be difficult to calculate how much higher a post-trial sentence would need to be in order to coerce a defendant to plead guilty. But there is strong evidence that these discrepancies can compel even an innocent person to plead guilty. Numerous scholars have examined the innocence problem of plea bargaining and have estimated that anywhere from 1.6 to 27% of defendants who plead guilty may be factually innocent. Even assuming only the lowest of these estimates to be accurate, such outcomes cannot be condoned. The National Registry of Exonerations has identified 359 specific instances where defendants were later determined to be innocent of the crimes they originally pled guilty to. A few cases are particularly worthy of note. Marcellus Bradford pled guilty to aggravated kidnapping in a case involving the kidnapping, ape and murder of a 23-year-old woman in Chicago in 1986. In exchange for his testimony against the co-defendant, the prosecution agreed to drop the murder and the ape charges. Bradford pled guilty, and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. But after testifying at trial, Bradford recanted his statements, saying police had coerced him into falsely confessing and that he did so only to avoid a life sentence. DNA testing later confirmed that Bradford had not been involved in the crime. And I think it's very sad that we can't say words that we're reading out of an article for someone being offended, or I don't know if it triggers someone or whatever it is, that we can't say it. But on news shows and all other shows, they're saying these words as if they are words, which they are words and they mean something. And I think it's a sin and a shame that we could be demonetized if we make a slip and use any of these words, when they're actual words in an article that depicts what we're talking about. And the little asterisk says, for the purposes of more granular offense-specific data analysis set forth in this report, the U.S. Sentencing Commission data files underlying the 2015 source book were studied in depth. Okay. So we're going to now go to Michael Marshall, who pled guilty after being charged with aggravated assault, armed robbery, possession of a firearm during a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Faced potentially decades in prison, he was sentenced to 4 years on a charge of theft by taking. Marshall later wrote a letter to the Georgia Innocence Project claiming, I pled guilty out of being scared. Marshall was released after DNA testing showed his DNA did not match the evidence from the crime. Regina says the justice system is corrupt and critically broken, yet it seems very little is being done to correct it. Yeah, it's because nobody really scrutinizes it, and they check themselves, and with no checks and balances, then they do what they want. It's just like when, in those prisons, a lot of those people are subjected to actually pure hell, because you have the warden who started out at 18 as a CO and worked his way all the way up to the warden, and then he brought on his wife as the secretary and his daughter as her assistant, and then of course Billy Bob and Billy Joe needed a job, so all of the brothers and the cousins all came, and then Ma needed to be over the kitchen. And so you have families that literally grow up in the prison system. Most prisons, especially state prisons, and I know it's like this in the state of Texas, so I can only assume it could be like this in other states. There are some prisons that are in the neighborhood, and most of those prisons I have found to be prisons that are in the neighborhood or federal prisons. But most state prisons are miles away in rural areas on dirt roads, and they have a map where they travel from prison to prison without ever getting on the highway here in Texas. So I assume it would be like that everywhere, and they do that for security reasons. But all the back roads, trust me, they have them covered, like the county roads and the farm to market roads. All of those roads, they have them, and they travel throughout those roads to get to and from different prison sites. But it's normally a family industry, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry because, of course, it's free labor. So just think about it. So we just read Michael's case. Let's go down to Viking Leon. And y'all, I might mess up somebody's name. It's not my intention, but if it happens, that's what it happens. I do my best to try to pronounce people's name correctly, but sometimes my best just not good enough. Hold on 1 minute. All right, thank you guys. That was Phyllis coming in and brought me some dinner, so I'm grateful for that. But when I finish, let's see here. Angie said, the same words used by the media monopolies, which you read from a source. Amazingly, the news media are using the same forbidden words and not bleeping out anything. Yeah, that really gets me. I don't understand why it's supposed to be such a problem, but I think that it's just a way not to pay, and that could be just my opinion, but that is my opinion. Okay, so we just said the guy's name, probably wrong, but pled guilty to 1 count of wire fraud based on an alleged failure to repay a bank loan and false statements to the bank. After pleading guilty, his attorney obtained documents in a civil lawsuit with the bank showing that the bank was in fact aware that the money would not be immediately repaid and that the bank was part of an arrangement to support certain business efforts of Leon. Leon then filed a motion seeking to withdraw his guilty plea, explaining that he always believed the fraud allegation was false, but could not prove it until he obtained crucial evidence from the civil lawsuit. He also alleged that he was told that if he did not plead guilty, he would be charged with money laundering and would face a significantly larger sentence, and that his sister would be charged with fraud as well. The court granted his motion to withdraw his guilty plea, and his conviction was vacated. Ultimately, the court granted a motion to dismiss the charge. James Ochoa pled guilty to carjacking and armed robbery against his attorney's advice after a judge threatened him with a sentence of 25 years to life if a jury found him guilty. Pre-trial testing eliminated Mr. Ochoa as a possible contributor to the DNA evidence in his case, and news media reported that a deputy district attorney had called the lab to ask a lab analyst to change this report before it was released to Mr. Ochoa's counsel. The analyst refused. See, it's integral people in all places, and even they are catching backlash because in this Young Thug case, they're calling people that have nothing to do with this case on other people's crimes, and these people are scared, and I don't know if it's rightfully so or scared of what, but they don't want to come in here. They may not even just want to be a part of this craziness because they know that these people are just lying and making up stuff. But excuse me, what can you do? One moment. Hello, Phyllis. I see you joined us. Okay, so let's see. Nonetheless, Mr. Ochoa pled guilty and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. He was later released and his conviction vacated after the DNA was matched to another man arrested in an unrelated crime who later confessed to this crime. And he gave away 2 years of his life, but he was afraid. These examples show that the threat of substantially greater sentence following a conviction at trial is a powerful incentive for even an innocent person to forego his or her constitutional rights. And as Mr. Ochoa's case demonstrates, this is true even where the government's case is relatively weak. Although most of these examples involve state court convictions, the same incentives to plead guilty plague the federal criminal justice system. Moreover, in most federal cases, there is rarely biological evidence to look to for purposes of exoneration. Indeed, one of the key determinants of guilt or innocence in many criminal cases is intent, something that cannot be scientifically determined. Accordingly, these defendants are even less likely to risk a lengthy sentence, even if they know they did not intend to commit fraud. As the discussion that follows will show, the influences that weigh on a defendant's decision to exercise the right to trial and the advantages that are skewed toward achieving guilty pleas leave little doubt that innocent defendants could be coerced to plead guilty. And that will be our reading for tonight. And we will get ready to go and look at this three-ring circus, the shenanigans, because it is truly shenanigans going on in that courtroom. And I don't know how it can be stopped, but it really ought to be stopped. Because it's really, really sad what's going on in that courtroom. It's really sad. Hey, Asatar, glad you stopped by. I know you probably having fun with the boys. Didn't say court ain't no joke, and it ain't no joke. Asatar said, greetings to everybody. Hope everyone is having a great hump day. So it ain't no joke. So then we'll go when we start next show. We'll start with a brief history of plea bargaining and the federal sentencing guidelines. And see, these people, I believe really these people in this case need the Justice Department to step into this case, because these people are utterly ridiculous. And then that Miss Love lady, I mean, I just never seen anybody argue back and forth with a judge like she does. And she talks over him. And he rules and he allows her to keep talking. Now, he is a brigadier general for the Army. He's also the Chief Justice for Fulton County. And he's also the Chief Justice for the Army court system. And I just recently learned, just a couple of days ago, that he has a service dog. So he has, you know, I guess maybe PTSD, post-traumatic, PTSD. He has that, I guess that's what it is. I don't know, but he has a service dog. And I didn't even know that he had a service dog. But I guess because the jury can see the dog, and the dog just had a birthday the other day, and they wished him happy birthday. But the judge, you know, he allows the the state to get away with far too much. And I hate to say it, but he's showing a real big bias to me against the European men. It's like he just gets so mad at them, he want to just slap them upside the head and put them in handcuffs and send them in the back. I don't know, maybe that could be just me, but I've heard other people say something to that effect in the chat, because he's very rude to these people. And he let this woman act like she's Mammy A, and she just runs the courtroom. And it's so very unlikable and unacceptable. So the way I'm going to play the videos tonight, I'm going to go with like these shenanigans were done. Let me see when they were done.
Well, I have some idea. I don't know what self-serving statement detective.
Okay, let me see. These shenanigans were done 2 days ago. Hi, Debbie. Good to see you. Yeah, I guess it is in line with, them being out of line. Yeah, that is true, but it's deplorable, really, and it's very hard to watch as a woman, as an Asiatic woman. It's very hard for me to watch, for people to be in that audience cheering this woman on, saying this is excellence. It's one thing if you're doing your job properly and if you get what you want, the conviction that you want. But these people are doing nothing properly. The judge already told them last week he was not going to accept any last minute evidence because they have rules and they have schedules and they have timelines. These people don't follow any of that. So this is Law and Crime, and I have these videos in my description. The little young lady, Allison, she really has a great disclaimer, and I like the way she have her stuff in her description. Sometimes I just do my stuff right before the show because I have so much other things going on in my head, and I'm one of those slow people, and I can do one thing at a time. I'm not a multitasker. Hey, Kelly G, good to see you. I'm not a multitasker. But the stuff that these people are doing in these courtrooms in Georgia, and I'm sure they like that all over the United States. So I don't want to just make it seem like Georgia, but I've looked at some cases here recently, like the River case, and these people did not conduct themselves in this manner. I've looked at several cases. These people are not doing this, and I'm not saying that people don't do this, because I'm saying when you look at court shows, you see all kind of stuff, and I kind of like that kind of stuff. Because I really feel bad for the victims of all crimes, but I also feel bad for the people that commit the crimes, mainly in poor neighborhoods, when I know that everybody is not going to choose to do the right thing. And for them, sometimes the choice they make, they believe it is the right thing. And sometimes they're not intending to do what they end up doing. And that could happen to me or anybody. And that's just what that is. Life is what it is. And when you have food deserts and, you can't afford to go in the corner store and buy anything, you may be subject to go in there and steal something. You may get caught and then you go to prison, and all you're in there for is for stealing a piece of candy, but you in the cell with people that have abused children, that have ended people's lives. And so, Something could happen to you in that instance that change your entire life. So I'm not cheering on no criminals, but I have supported many because it is something missing in our families, and it's our fathers, and then our mothers are hurting, and half of them don't even know who they are, and especially these people on YouTube, because they spend all their time talking about each other, doxing each other, hurting each other. They don't care nothing about no children if they have any. They could tell that story, but it's behavior that tells the story. And we don't walk with them every day, but we see them on here 24/7 almost. Some of them can't stay off of YouTube. And they certainly gone crazy with this vertical stuff. And I hope they get everything that their heart desire. I really do. I hope that they get everything that their little hearts desire. But I'm going to tell you something. It's some lacking going on in their homes. It's some serious lacking. Debbie said, what happened to the man who, the kids in the Wisconsin River? He was sentenced. He was sentenced. I forgot how long he got. I want to say he got about 25 years, but I'm not really sure. Phyllis might can answer that because she really watched that whole trial. But Regina is telling you, yeah, we stick to our subject over here. We don't change subjects. We don't, we welcome everybody. But we like for you to talk in our conversation. And a lot of people have a problem with that. And I don't have a problem with people having a problem. As long as they're not disrespectful. And you don't know. Because this is my first time seeing you. So you don't know. But yeah, that's just kind of how we do it. We just kind of engage each other. Because I have a very small channel. And YouTube is not really promoting us. And especially if we're teaching something. So what we have to do is engage. And when we engage with one another, they can't deny that no matter how small, we are all in tune and we're helping the people that are here. So I don't want you to feel ousted or embarrassed or anything, because that's nothing that we want to do to anybody. And so I don't want you to take it that way. And but I do want you to understand that what Regina said is certainly on point. And my moderators are fantastic. And they will give you all the leeway in the world. And I don't want you to feel like, oh, that woman just kept talking about me, because I've had people to say that. You didn't have to say nothing about me. But I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to let you know. But you're always welcome. Yeah. Now, we just talking about this here. I was giving that as an example, so I can see how you would assume that. But yeah, that's just an example of showing different courtroom styles. Because see, I'm talking about how crazy these people are acting in this courtroom, and it is nothing like the decorum in other courtrooms. And that's just the case that I could think of right now, because they have several going on. They got this man now, the cult man, and so that's another crazy one way out the window. I mean, that man there, he's really something. But, I'm just talking about how these people are acting. And you'll get to see it for yourself if you stick around, Debbie. And I hope you will. You'll get to see the craziness, the unacceptable behavior. And I don't know why the judge is allowing this. I want to say this guy is a good guy, but I don't know. He let too much go. And when he talking to the Europeans, he just seemed awfully rude. And I don't know. And then it seems like he catch himself. And then he kind of try to be nice. But then he go back to, I don't get it. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. But who am I and what do I know? But we're going to look at this together. And we're going to see the shenanigans that's going on in this courtroom. This is truly a 3-ring circus. This woman is truly... she's truly her boss's reflection. Have a great one.
Young Thug trial out of Atlanta here on Sidebar. And if you haven't been following the case, there have been fireworks over the last few weeks that we're going to get into. So you might remember, though, that Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, he was indicted on a laundry list of RICO or racketeering charges that accuse him of leading a criminal organization known as YSL, or Young Slime Life. And when we talk about the main underlying charge here, conspiracy to violate the RICO statute, violate the racketeering statute, there has to be an agreement to break the law, and there has to be overt steps or acts that were taken in furtherance of that agreement. That's what we mean by a conspiracy. So overt acts don't have to be crimes. They just have to be certain actions that were taken by the co-conspirators. The idea here is that Williams and others had an agreement to participate in gang activities, and there were 191 overt acts taken in furtherance of the YSL gang. That's the key there. It has to be in furtherance of the gang, not that these people committed crimes to benefit themselves as individuals, but that it was to benefit the gang, the criminal enterprise as a whole. Now, there were more than 24 other men that were charged alongside Young Thug, but that number dwindled down by the time we got to the start of trial. That was for various reasons. Their cases were severed, they took plea deals, but now we have the current defendants and we have Mr. Williams. So the defense is suggesting that YSL, though, is merely a record label and that there is no gang here, that there is no criminal activity afoot. Now, with all of that in mind, let me be clear about something. This trial has become a spectacle in my mind. I can't feel like I'm the only one that believes this, because between the courtroom packed with defendants and their attorneys, to the notoriety of Mr. Williams, to the absolute incredible amount of time this trial has taken and is going to take. Sometimes I ask myself, what is going on right now? It took almost a year just for jury selection. The trial finally started last November, but since then, we've had, less than 60 days of actual court? And while it is certainly entertaining on one hand, we can't forget that these are real lives on the line here. These are very serious crimes that are being alleged. And we have real defendants, Williams and his co-defendants. They could face years in prison if they're convicted. Now, for now, I should tell you that Mr. Williams is actually locked up in the Fulton County Jail as this trial progresses. But what we want to do is we want to take you through some of the recent fiery moments from inside that courtroom, as well as some big rulings that have impacted the case. And let's start this out with a blow-up over a motion to suppress some evidence. We're talking about how Doug Weinstein, he's representing Diamante Kendrick, also known as Yak Gotti. And Weinstein wanted to suppress a 2015 police interrogation video of Kendrick because he claimed that the investigators violated his client's rights by asking him more questions after he had requested a lawyer. Now, on March 14th, the judge watched this police interview outside the presence of the jury and made a decision. Take a listen to Judge Earl Glanville.
During the course of page two, during the course of over 2 hours of the initial interview, defendant did not ask to speak to an attorney. At some point during the interview, Detective Joe Galpin, who was investigating a separate homicide incident, entered the room. Defendant then indicated he wanted to talk with his attorney, and questioning stopped. So Judge Baberman, I can't tell whether or not he took into account what I heard on the video, which was, I need to talk to my lawyer. I don't want to talk no more. That is equivocal to this court, me, Judge Glanville, that he invoked his or withdrew his consent at that point in time and did not wish to speak to law enforcement officers anymore. I understand the state's argument about parsing it out, asking for clarification, but I think that once he's, the appellate, case law that I've looked at, in Paul Doe and others, he has invoked his right at that point in time, and it's this court's opinion that anything thereafter would be inadmissible.
Your Honor, the court also found that he reinitiated, and that was what.
But that's their issue. That's not my issue.
Your Honor, with respect to the statements that were made after that time, we do have, as I stated, Investigator Thorpe to tell the court on the record, present under oath, that it was not Detective Thorpe, it was the defendant that reinitiated the conversation with Detective Thorpe. Our representations to the court are not evidence. And since the state has the burden of proof,
Okay, but I've seen the video at this point in time.
video does not encompass when the defendant actually reinitiated contact.
But the problem is,
conversation.
he invokes, and then we don't know what goes on in the 45 minutes, but we come back afterwards, and at that point in time, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. It's once he invokes, that's it. It's over.
Your Honor,
They should not be bringing him back at that point in time and asking, well, let me just clarify a little bit about whether or not these statements were made to these set of detectives or to Galpin. I think that you all are just annoyed more so that your detective did something that he probably regrets now. And that you all probably would not have told him to do. Don't interrupt this particular investigation or this particular hearing, because what you did is you just now created a wrinkle that now I got to deal with, or whether or not the defendant has invoked his right to counsel. He has. Once you initiate your right, or you revoke your right to be examined and have counsel, and to have counsel present at that point in time, the courts are very, let's just say, cautious about reinitiation at that point in time. And you all presented to me what was the salient point of this particular issue is. So if I believe at this point in time that he's invoked unequivocally his right to counsel at this point in time, the questioning is supposed to stop. You're not supposed to go out and get cigarettes and do everything else. It's supposed to stop. I mean, that's this court's opinion. And that's my rule.
The thing is that, Your Honor, we did not.
You're arguing with me now, Ms. Love. So can we stop at this point in time?
Your Honor,
If you have other evidence independent of this, I'll consider it the appropriate time.
and we do, and that is what I was asking. So if the court will permit me to actually introduce the evidence that we have.
This is one of the first time the judge really made her be quiet and calm down, because this lady is off the chain. Let's keep going. And let me welcome you, Angelo, before I go back.
As the court in State versus Paldo 309 Georgia 130, where it says a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation may not be subjected to further questioning until the suspect reinitiates the conversation. And in that, they are citing Dozier versus the State 306 Georgia at 35, Your Honor, Edwards versus Arizona. And, Your Honor, this is a 2020 Georgia Supreme Court case. And
Your Honor, at some point,
Your Honor, I'm
Your
sorry,
Honor,
I'm talking,
Your
and
Honor,
I
at
don't know
some
why I
point,
am being interrupted.
your
I will
rulings
not
need
stop.
to be followed.
I was speaking.
Ms. Love, y'all got.
I'm sorry, I was speaking.
Both y'all can't talk at the same time.
I know, I
Honor, the
was speaking,
state
and I
can
expect
call
to
for
be
years.
allowed to speak when I'm speaking.
Hey, both of you all need to just take it down a notch.
And so, Your Honor, if I may finish, because I was the one speaking before Mr. Weinstein interrupted.
But you continually engage in this pattern of behavior, Ms. Love. You don't want to accept my ruling.
Your Honor,
and I know you're being an advocate, but at some point, stop. Just stop. I made my ruling. Good, bad, or indifferent to you. You're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some.
I do accept that
Okay,
fact.
no,
but
you
Judge,
don't. No, you don't.
Your Honor, we have just not been able to present the evidence. That
No,
the-
you don't. I
that the state
get it.
has to
I
present.
get it. And if you have an independent basis to introduce statements that may not, or that may be not subject to the fruit of the poisonous tree, or any other thing, or any other issue related to evidence that may have flown out of this particular interview, then I'll hear it at that point in time.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that the bailiff had to get involved in that. But look, it is an important issue. The idea of a suspect asking to speak to counsel, the questioning has to stop. So it's an interesting legal issue if his statements could come in. If he initiated the conversation once again, the judge was not persuaded by the prosecution's argument, said that once he requested that attorney, that's it. And felt law enforcement, softened him up and improperly got him to say stuff. Well, a few minutes later, Doug Weinstein, again, the attorney for Mr. Kendrick, got to have the last word for the time being. And what a word it was.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop so that opposing counsel can speak. Your rulings at some point have got to be final, Your Honor. Whether you hear from Detective Thorpe or not is irrelevant. He requested his lawyer, he invoked his right to not speak anymore, and I don't care what schmoozing Detective Thorpe did out at the Sally Port, taking my client off camera. I don't know what went on down there. I don't know what self-serving, well, I have some idea. I don't know what self-serving statement Detective Thorpe could possibly give to this court that would cause the court to change their order. This continued going back whenever the state loses in this case has got to stop at some point, Your Honor. Thank you.
But this certainly wasn't the only explosive moment over the last few weeks, or that the tense moments only were between Judge Glanville and the prosecution team. Oh, no. Because on March 20th, there was a moment between Judge Glanville and Williams' attorney, Brian Steele. It's hard to hear because the audio is so bad, but what ends up happening is the judge accuses Steele of kind of being unprepared and almost seems to berate him in front of the jury. Steele points out that the jury needs to be dismissed, and then he goes to the podium to address his grievance with the court.
This is the second time that this honorable court in front of the jury has addressed me inappropriately and wrongly. Second time. And the first time I gave the state discovery of a song from a Super Bowl weeks before. There was an objection. You assumed that I didn't give it to the state. I didn't want to embarrass the court. So you were yelling at me and saying, do you understand me? Do you understand me? And instead of saying, do you understand that you're wrong? I sat here and I said, yes, Your Honor. That was to protect the integrity of this courtroom and the court. Now you say in front of the jury how unprepared I am. I am not unprepared for anything.
Okay,
I have
Mr.
no.
Steele,
I need to make a
Mr. Steele,
record. Your Honor, I
Mr.
need
Steele,
to
wait a
make
second.
this record.
When you keep delaying, okay, and that's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out these particular our ability to present a seamless case in front of the jury. Now, I asked you those two particular questions because if they turned over the audio to you in discovery and you've listened to them already, then you either have an objection or you don't have an objection. And I was trying to solicit from you whether or not we could just go ahead and just hear it. So you can imagine my frustration because all these little delays just elongate out our presentation in front of the jury. That's for your benefit, not for mine, Your Honor. So that's why I've told you all at various times during this particular case. It's not because I want to embarrass you, Mr. Steele. It's just that I'm trying to kind of keep this thing presented in a way that the jury can listen to it.
And the court is wrong. This is the second time. And you know what it does to me? I don't care. I'm hurt because you're a court, but I really don't care. But what does it do to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Steele, I'm not trying to personally insult you or hurt your feelings, okay?
Forget about me.
You are a grown professional advocate. I am a grown professional jurist. And people say things to me that border on the lines of I could take action or not. You have certainly said some of those things to me during the trial of this case. I have let them go. So, sir, that's just the trial. That's just the trial of the case, okay?
No,
but
that man's life is here.
And you
realize it affects him?
you're doing a fine job in representing him.
Well,
but you know what? That's just the way we are right now.
I make a motion to ask you to please recuse yourself. I know it has to be in writing within 5 days. If you want me to do that, I'll do it. And it has to go to another judge. But this is what's going on, Your Honor, whether you see it or not. You're yelling at me in front of a jury for nothing. And then you won't apologize. And I did nothing wrong ever.
I get it. You don't want the jury looking at you that way. What the court says, sometimes juries really hone in on. So if it puts Steele or Mr. Williams in a bad spot, I get it. But again, Judge Glanville denied that motion on the spot, but Mr. Steele Oh, he wasn't done yet.
But I'm asking for a mistrial.
Okay, now,
I don't
Ms.
think
Love.
I don't think it's a fair forum for Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I don't want to ask for a mistrial, but I have no choice when the court is saying what it said, and I'm not going to repeat it in front of a jury. That's hurtful. And I'm not saying me. I mean, regardless of what I think of it, it's hurtful to Mr. Williams getting a fair trial.
And the judge denied that as well. Hey, everybody. So I want to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this episode of Sidebar. Always love talking about them. Now, here is the incredible thing about Morgan & Morgan, and one of the reasons why I like talking about them so much.
Hey, say something about our big wins.
Not supposed to come on camera. The reason Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, is so big, and I'm sure you can guess it, is because they win a lot. And that's
Don't forget huge verdicts.
Yeah, they've won big verdicts. $6.8 million in New York, $26 million in Philadelphia. You see, the thing about them is they don't settle for lowball insurance offers from insurance companies, which is something.
Mention that you can submit a claim from your couch at home and on your phone.
Dan, they've completely modernized the process by submitting your claim, talking to your legal team. It's all done straight from your smartphone. Again, that's something
With
that
8 clicks or less.
8 clicks or less. Yes. You can see if you have a case in just a few minutes.
Got 1,000 lawyers. We have over 1,000 lawyers.
All right. You know what, Dan? If you really think you can do better, maybe you should just do it yourself.
What Jesse was getting at is if you've ever been injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. You can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less. To start your claim, just visit forthepeople.com/LC sidebar.
You came a little too close to me. It hurt me a little bit. I'm probably actually going to have to hire you guys now, but that was well said. That was well said. Well, we have had some very interesting witnesses in this trial, to say the least. And one of the witnesses that we've seen a lot over the past few weeks is a man named Adriane Bean. And just to give you an idea of how slow this trial has been going, the snail's pace of this trial, Bean first got on the stand on February 29th and finally finished up on March 19th. But he was actually really on the stand for, I think, 5 days. The prosecution brought Bean in to talk about a shooting that happened more than a decade ago in Atlanta. Prosecutors wanted him to establish that Williams was present at the scene of that drive-by. Bean was allegedly the getaway driver, but Bean, he wouldn't do it. No, he didn't give the prosecution what they needed. He said he was doing so many drugs in 2013 that he doesn't really remember the shooting or the car crash that happened after. That shooting is one of the prosecution's overt acts that I mentioned before, that they want to tie Williams to the scene to show his participation in apparent gang activity. But going back to Bean, several times over the course of his testimony, we heard these taped interviews and phone calls after Bean was arrested following the shooting. According to retired detective David Quinn, Bean was one of the first people to even mention Williams during that investigation.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, the thug, and I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me.
I got to stop and thank Kelly for gifting us a membership. And Regina, you are the lucky one. It didn't go to somebody in the clouds. I got to sound like Acetone on that since he's sending everybody over. Thank you, Ass. I know you always look out for me. I love you dearly. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all. I'm sorry I had to interrupt that, but I just wanted to thank Kelly and Asatar. let's get back to our video. Let me just take this down. Let me put back on my...
Now, I can't testify. I can't do none of that now, you know.
All right, you ain't got to testify. That's on you.
Put me on blast in front of you.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I mean, I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like, and it went, who knew the police were going to be there?
So much for not having to testify, but when prosecutor Adriane Love tried to question her witness, this pretty much sums up what happened.
My statement is that I don't remember anything from 2013, man.
Despite that, in a win for the state, prosecutors were able to get these recorded interviews and written transcripts introduced into the record. So even if Bean doesn't remember, they have it on tape and the jury hears it. Okay, so was Bean's testimony helpful for the defense? It's an interesting question because in January of 2023, Mr. Williams' attorney, Brian Steele, he sat down with Bean, recorded their conversation, and in that interview, Bean says Young Thug was not there, said the police were the ones who wanted to connect the rapper to the crime.
I am interested in Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. Was he in, around, participant, giving direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about involving Dirty Red in September 11, 2013?
No, sir. Like I explained, when, all that occurred, everything took place, they was, trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like I said, I'm not going to lie on the brother. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't with us. Young Thug was not in the car with us that day. I don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets. Or, I might have was uncomfortable talking and said his name, but I ain't, him and Linda saying that he was with us. You know what I'm saying?
And when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who was they?
Detectives and other, people that was inquiring him, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, discuss the neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
The authorities or whatever, the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now saying he was kind of forced by authorities to give them Young Thug, but it wasn't true. Adriane Bean, just doesn't seem like the most reliable witness. He says one thing here, another thing there, then tells the prosecutor he actually doesn't remember anything from that time. And during some of his testimony, Bean lashed out, questioned why he was even in the courtroom.
All this going on right here got me up on the stand, talking about this and that third, all this extra stuff that's going on, Your Honor. Am I on trial, Your Honor?
Sir, you just have to answer the questions, unfortunately, at this point in time. Okay, that's all I can tell you.
Am I on trial?
No, sir, you are not on trial. But you have been properly summoned here as a witness, and you're subject to examination until I release you.
I never consent to do none of this, sir. I ain't signed nothing. My name ain't on nothing. They come get me. Y'all don't threaten to lock me up. Hey, I got a family too.
And after all this time on the witness stand, it seemed like Bean was pretty much fed up with being there. I mean, just listen to what he said right in the middle of questioning toward the end of his testimony.
You just heard that you explained that you qualified it as the detectives and police. And I asked you the authorities, the police, the prosecutors, I just made it broad, that they forced Jeffrey Williams into it. Did you hear you say that?
Man, can I get a water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
He's so high right now, he is about to pass out. I have covered trials for a while now, and I can tell you right now, uncategorically, can't say I've heard a witness say that one on the stand. No, that is amazing, to say the least. Amazing. All right, let's move on to another witness who was actually not shown on camera, only identified as AB. In fact, this person didn't come to court at first, defied a subpoena that she says she never received. So this witness was allegedly the victim of an armed robbery back in 2013, reportedly involving Mr. Williams, which is apparently not in the indictment. But Prosecutor Love told Judge Glanville that she has spoken with the witness several times about the court needing to hear her testimony, and said that the witness indicated she did not want to come to court. So she ended up telling Love that she was in the hospital, couldn't come in, but the DA's office says that officers found her at home, actually arrested her on a material witness warrant. But if the prosecution expected her to be particularly cooperative when she was on the stand, or to give some bombshell, incriminating testimony against the defense, they were wrong.
Learned after asking that it was a friend of your child's father, known to you as Thug, who was at the door.
No.
Do you recall telling the police that you opened the door and let Thug inside your home?
No.
Did you ever say to the police that Thug's brother was also with him?
No.
And do you recall telling the police that you turned your back on Thug, Thug's brother, and a person you called DK after letting them in your home?
No.
Do you recall telling the police that you turned your back on them to walk into the kitchen to make your baby a bottle?
No.
Do you recall telling the police that when you went to the kitchen, Thug's brother put a silver 9mm to the back of your head?
No. And my baby didn't even drink bottles. My baby was breastfed. So no.
Did you tell the police that the two suspects, along that Thug, his brother, and DK demanded money from you and your gun?
No.
Not a lot to say there. Well, the following day, AB was cross-examined by Keith Adams. This is another member of Williams' defense team. Listen to this bombshell that was dropped.
You were asked some questions by the Assistant District Attorney, Ms. Love. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember her asking you at one point, are you afraid of Jeffrey Williams? You remember that question?
Yes.
And then she may not have said Jeffrey Williams. She may have said, are you afraid of Thug? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was no. Is that right?
Yes.
You have no reason and had no reason to be afraid of Jeffrey Williams. Is that right?
No, I don't.
Okay. In fact, when you testified yesterday, you were on edge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You didn't want to be here.
Yes.
And part of it is because of the interactions, and your reaction yesterday was based on the interactions you had, not with Mr. Williams or anyone over here, but with the district attorney's office. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You told us when you were back there that they had been, quote, harassing you for a number of months. Is that true?
Yes.
And in fact, you said that prior to coming out and testifying, that the only person you were afraid of, you didn't want to be around, was Investigator Hamilton from the district attorney's office. Is that true?
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton had contacted you prior to yesterday. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton had harassed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told us when you were back there that you didn't want to come out and see him because he had sexually harassed you. True?
Yes.
You felt like, and you told us, that you were really concerned about coming out here.
I'm going to object as to relevance.
I'm overruled objection.
You told us that the times when he would contact you, it seemed like he was trying to date you.
Yes.
He wanted to meet you, supposedly to talk about the case.
Yes.
But you didn't feel comfortable going to meet him by yourself.
Nope.
Because you didn't feel comfortable going to meet him by yourself, you brought your 20-year-old son with you.
Yes.
Was that before or after you met with Mr. Hamilton and he told you, don't talk to nobody else?
That was after. He told me before that. I came in, I seen Miss Love, And that's when I told y'all yesterday that me and Miss Love, we only discussed for a brief because they was like trying to tip me.
Quite the revelation, right? Well, AB was back on the stand again a few days later and explained more about her accusations against Investigator Hamilton as the defense showed text messages on a large screen.
Now, how about the next one? That same night, Wednesday, February 7th, 6:45 p.m., where he says, "Hit me up if you're bored later. We're not gonna talk shop." Remember that text message?
Yes.
Did you talk to him later on?
Yes.
Did y'all talk shop?
Yes.
What do you want to talk about?
Going out.
Going out? Going out as in walking out the door or going out on a date?
A date.
And this is February 7th of 2024, this year, when the investigator for the DA's office is supposed to be talking to you about a case, but in fact is calling you, talking to you about going out on a date. Is that true?
Yes.
Did the fact that this employee of the district attorney's office was trying to date you come into your mind as you're thinking about whether you have to come in here and testify or not?
Yes.
This is really not a great look for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, to say the least, but the drama did not end there. No, another big witness in this case, called by the state, was Walter Murphy, and he took the stand on April 10th. And to give you a little bit of idea who we're talking about, so Murphy, also known as DK, he took a plea deal in which he entered a guilty plea to a charge of conspiracy to commit RICO, and he would be required to testify in this trial. Another important witness for the prosecution, right? Murphy, childhood friends with Williams, who he knew as Lil Jeff, but he says after he got sent to prison, he and Williams didn't reconnect.
What is your current relationship with Mr. Williams?
I don't have a relationship with him.
When did that relationship cease?
It never ceased. It's just I went to prison.
And while you were in prison, you did not maintain your relationship or friendship?
When you're in prison, you don't retain no relationship. All that in.
And since you got out of prison, did you not rekindle your friendship when you got out of prison?
I had more important relationships to worry about than friends.
They are so angry at this young man here. They are trying to revoke him because they said that he went against everything he told them. They're about to spend 3 weeks trying to prove he gave inconsistent statements, because they threatened without threatening. They actually threatened to lock him back up. And he was really afraid. He did the best he could to tell the truth. And they're trying to say that Thug told him to commit the crime that he already served time for in prison. But these guys told them they were just... Actually, Thug didn't like them still committing crime now that he made it. He gave them money. He didn't give them money. He gave them opportunity to make money. He gave them jobs, but he would let them stay at his house, drive his cars. If they couldn't rent a car, he'd rent a car for people. He did a lot trying to help people that he grew up with, that they were best friends and started out together. And they're saying they started out a gang. YSL, originally they got that from Yves Saint Laurent. And it's just amazing how these people have taken this thing. And I'm not saying they don't call themselves Young Stoner Life and Young Slime Life and all the whatever else they're saying. I'm sure they did all of that. That's what, ghetto kids do. We all did some stupid stuff as adults. We used to be running around here talking about, what's up, blood? We didn't know they was talking about no California blood gang. At least I didn't. And people, you hear men say young blood, you don't think they talking about no California gang. We in Dallas, Texas. So we don't even know that's gang related or gang lingo. A lot of things that these kids used to say, they don't say no more. And this new stuff, who can interpret it? Nobody can tell you the same definition for one word. But let's go back. We're almost done with this one. But this young man here, they're really trying to get him, the prosecutors. And then the people in the chat be saying some of the most stupidest stuff. It's like they want people to get hurt. And I think that's just crazy. But, you know, that's just the way we are in America today. Here we go. I just want to interject that.
Like my kids.
Prosecution asked Murphy about some of his tweets from 2012 that included terms used by gangs, including the tendency to change the letter C to the letter B in words to show support for the Bloods gang. Murphy testified he did a lot of things like this when he was just young and dumb.
And I want to go down to August 25th, 2012. Can you read that tweet on August 25th, 2012?
That's a song.
What does it say?
It's been a long time coming, baby. I just called to see how you been doing lately.
Now, you just said it's been a long time coming. Is there a B or a C there for coming?
It's a B.
Okay. Why would you tweet it as a B?
It's just what I was doing right there. I did a lot of stuff without meaning or purpose. I was childish, young, dumb.
Again, not really giving the prosecution what they needed. What did prosecutors do? Well, they walked Murphy through his plea deal and what he admitted in those documents. Murphy is allegedly a co-founder of YSL, which he formed around 2012.
Did you ever create a group called YSL?
A group, yeah.
Okay. Was it something else besides a group?
Not to my means of knowledge.
And what does number 1 say?
YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, began as a neighborhood group but evolved into a gang.
Okay. And did you initial number 1?
Yeah.
Those are your initials, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I just asked you, was YSL a gang? Why did you tell me you don't know? Did you not acknowledge that in this document?
Yeah, but they say evolve. I don't know when it evolved into a gang.
That Miss Hilton, I thought she was a decent human being, maybe the good in the office. That witch is just as low as Miss Love. I mean, these women are really deplorable. I don't even know how they call themselves women. And I'm not saying, because when you do a job like this, you have to take your personal feelings out of it to the best of your ability and put on your professional hat. But in order to treat people the way they treat them, and they talk so condescending, that's what I can't stand about this woman. And she almost make me don't ever want to say the word sure again when I'm talking on the phone, talking business. And when she's so arrogant and so ugly, and then he asks her a question, sure, like she really mean it. It's just, whew, it's breathtaking, y'all. Okay, let her finish.
I know when we made it, it was a neighborhood group. It was a group of guys from the neighborhood. I made a music group.
And in this acknowledgement that you initialed, you said it evolved into a gang. That's what you initialed.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know when it evolved into a gang, though.
I didn't ask you when. I just asked you, did YSL become a gang?
Yeah.
All right.
And that would happen a lot, him being confronted with statements he made to law enforcement or the state versus what he's saying or maybe not saying on the stand about what he knows regarding YSL, Young Thug, and others. He was on the stand under direct examination for a couple of days, cross-examined by the defense attorneys. That started on Friday, with more cross expected on Monday. And that brings us to something that we know you're all thinking. Is this trial ever going to end? It is a fair question to ask. Well, the defense attorneys, they're certainly worried about the pace and the sheer number of witnesses left to go. So far, they've made it through the testimony of about 40 witnesses.
We are losing our jurors. We are losing our jurors. I look over there at them, and they are trying their best. They are trying their hardest. Often they are taking notes, but other times they have just tuned out.
In fact, Doug Weinstein, who represents co-defendant Diamante Kendrick, I mentioned it before, filed a motion back in March to put a limit on the number of witnesses that will be called. Well, Judge Earl Glanville is none too happy with the pace of this trial, and even suggested he might have a remedy that not everybody would be excited about.
I have spoken with our sheriff, and consistent with court, if necessary need be, we'll start having court on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, well, that's my call. So if you don't want your Saturday and Sunday sucked up, I think we need to work a little harder in terms of being able to streamline, and that goes to both sides. And look, I don't want to work that way too, because it's me and my staff and my team and the sheriff and his team and everything else. But we will do it, because we're going to have to recap some days. I don't want to be in 2027 trying this case. Or as Mr. Steele said, I want to be here next Super Bowl trying this case. But I have power of contempt. I don't want to use that. I don't. But it's come down. We've been in trial a long time. I think I've been very clear with everybody about my expectations, which serve you all and your ability as advocates in this case to try the best case you have.
The judge ordered the prosecution to provide him with an updated witness list, which seems now to have been whittled down to 150. But to be fair about that, that's down from around 700 at the start of this trial. Just remember that. That's just for the prosecution's case, by the way. Not even who the 6 defendants want to call.
I do have some concerns about 120 days of trial time. That's going to take almost 4 months. And, I'll remind the state, you told me, or Ms. Hilton told me, it's going to take about 6 months. At this rate, it's going to be 12 months, and that doesn't include anything that the defense may choose to. I'm concerned about your case, Chief, at this point in time. The defense will present whatever they wish to do with, and I'll deal with it. We'll deal with it accordingly. But,
we were trying to be finished by June, frankly, as I told the court earlier.
Yes.
We can't control cross-examination, and that has extended our estimation of the time that we set.
Well, like I said, if you disclose things, if you don't disclose everything, and we don't disclose things timely, then what I'm doing is I'm taking up more time. What I want to do is I don't want us to take up 2-3 hours. I can't do that anymore. So I'm telling you, you need to make very sure that you've disclosed the evidence and you'll be able to tell me what day you did, because if you can't, I'm gonna exclude it. That's my remedy at this point in time.
We will see, of course, if the court is able to keep things on track, but between late starts, early dismissals, long comfort breaks, days spent arguing motions, vacation time, and more, we really could be talking about a case that is really takes years. And I feel really, really bad for that jury, to say the least. But of course, here on Sidebar, we will bring you all of the latest updates. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, Regina, at one point in time, the list was like 736. And these people haven't even gotten through. And this is what's so sad about this whole case, is that all of those guys in the courtroom, all of them committed their own individual crimes, but she's trying to connect them to a RICO. And that's why they all sitting in there. They don't have nothing to do with none of this stuff. But they're trying to say that they're all in cahoots because Jeffrey is the person who is Young Thug, is the person who told them to commit the crimes that they committed. And, this is just absurd, but maybe he even influenced them. But, this is not RICO. And when you look at that state RICO, you can see just how terrible this is. And this act is for actually organized crime for real. They have more of a RICO here on YouTube with the way these people bully and harass people and beat them out of their money. They have more of a RICO on YouTube than they have in Atlanta. And then everybody said that I put them in a RICO, and I'm trying to figure out, when did I become a federal prosecutor or the FBI? No, I don't have that ability. It's just the behavior would be befitting if you live in one of those states. It could very well happen to you. Yep, the judge said he was tired, and they have more comfort breaks than any trial that I've witnessed. And then they have extended lunch breaks. And then they come in late, and then they leave early. And to answer your question, who's paying for this? I say Young Thug. Regina, I think they're just trying to take every dime he got. Because that's one of the things that they can do in the RICO. It sees everything you got and take all of your money and do all of that before you even found guilty. No, this is not a RICO case. This is a revenge case. I did that the other day too. This guy, they finna start talking about Big Nut, the guy that they say, and I didn't say it, the people in Atlanta said it, and it's all in the chats in Law and Crime, that Fani Willis had, and even President Trump said it, and I played that in one of the videos the other day, that, she had an affair with this big dope dealer who is no longer with us. And so she's trying to say that Young Thug put the hit on him, and so she's trying to avenge him, and this is her henchman that's doing it for her. And these people, I don't know what they're trying to become, but this is ridiculous. I hope that they end up in the same condition in which they're charging these men and mistreating them by having them all in this courtroom on crimes that they're either paying for or have paid for, bringing them back up under this RICO thing. And if they don't cooperate, then that's why a lot of those people took plea deals. Them people didn't want to plea. But when you just came home, like the DK guy, the last one we seen, he just been home 4 months before they picked him up talking about this RICO stuff. And he was gone for 7 years. And the sad part about it, Regina, the young fella that got shot in the head, they actually called him, the state did, called him in to testify. And that boy, do you know they never ever contacted him for his shooting? They've never contacted him for his shooting. Oh, thank you so much, Angie. I know what that means. So now we have to take a comfort break, because I know Angela loved that song, and anytime she give, I want to honor her with that song. And I know she's not giving for that song, but I truly appreciate it. And I'm glad she loved it. Let me see. Regina said, this is definitely not a RICO case. Fani Willis knows this, and her colleague Adriane Love. Sissy said, doing good and pathetic doesn't seem strong enough word. Sad state of affairs. It is, Sissy, and I agree. Kelly say, I can't understand how this case is still going when a woman disclosed an officer of the court harassed her in that way. It's a lot of things that I can't believe. It's just like Bahara said earlier, that lady in her opening statement, she recited a poem. That should have ended it then. And they know it. The love woman. She really thinks she's something, and You know, she wear all these tight skirts, y'all, with the zipper up the back. And I'm like, what's up with that? Why is every skirt she owns, it's like a dress maybe. You know those dresses with the zipper straight up the back of the split of your body? I don't understand that. And then she looked like she got about a size 13 foot. And they wear these tall stilettos. And I just don't get this. This just does not make sense. But be that as it may, let's take a quick break for anybody don't want to hear it. Stop your ears up. But I got to give my girl thanks and let her hear her song. And then anytime you get tired of hearing your song, I'll stop playing it. But as long as I know you love it, I'll play it. Sisters, have you ever found yourself in a tumultuous relationship when your broken heart is telling you to stay, but your mind is telling you to leave? If so, this song is dedicated to you. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I could ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying, and you're gonna love me. Oh, love me. You're gonna love me. And I am telling you, I'm not going, even though the rough times are showing. There's just no way, there's no way. We're part of the same place. We're part of the same time. We both share the same blood. We both have the same mind. And time we've had so much to share. No, 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 no. I'm not waking up tomorrow morning and finding that there's nobody there. Darling, there's no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. You see, there's just no way. There's no way. Tear down the mountains, yell, scream, and shout. You can say what you want. I'm not walking out. Stop all the rivers, push, strike, and kill. I'm not gonna leave you. There's no way I will. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. Not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying, and you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me. Yes, you are. Ooh, ooh, love me. Ooh, 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 love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. You're gonna love me. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Now, since he just talked about that lady, and you know, they swore they were not going to show her face, and they didn't. Well, they let it slip a couple of times. But then right after, thank you so much, Angela. Right after they let her go permanently, the next time they were in court, this is what they opened up with. These people, I'm talking about the state, the prosecutors, if they really believe these people could be in danger or would be in danger, they're really trying to have something to happen, in my opinion, because they cannot believe that they're doing this stuff right. And they don't care anything about their witnesses. They open up with her face on the picture.
Hand gestures.
And what were those hand gestures meant to signify?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Knight, would you please back up about 3 seconds and freeze it on the hand gestures where she has both hands up?
I don't know if in the beginning they're playing music. I don't know if that was blurry or whatever. And if y'all could hear that, or in the beginning they're playing music, but I can't really play copyrighted music, so I'm going to just mute it in the beginning, and then, because I know that they're not talking the whole way through. I'm going to mute it for a minute just so we can see the hand gestures, and then we can go from there.
The outer.
I was really showing it just so y'all could see the actual picture of her that they showed after they said they wasn't going to show her. But because she told probably what she said in that courtroom, the first thing that Monday was this is what they showed. And because they have some of their music playing in the background, I didn't want to try to get a copyright because I don't know how much of it you can hear, but I can hear it. And so I didn't want that to happen. That's why I just took that out. I just want y'all to see that. But I thought they had stopped playing the music somewhere in there, but I can't tell when I make it out loud. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, maybe play the portion of Ms. Bennett and her speaking.
I was still posing objection to the hearsay of other individuals speaking. That is not a foundation.
Your Honor, we're not hindering what other people are saying.
I'll rule the objection. You can play it.
He overruled a lot of the defense stuff. I mean, he overrules a lot.
This signify sex, money, murder in any way?
I'm not sure.
And is it your testimony that you don't know what sex, money, murder is?
Yes, I heard of it.
And is it your testimony that you've heard of it where?
In the streets?
You heard of it in this group that you're with, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you referred to Pistol Pete in this video, don't you?
I'm not sure.
You know who Pistol Pete is, right?
No.
So if you're referring to Pistol Pete, do you know who you'd be referring to?
No. You said I'm referring to him. I don't know who he is.
My brother, man, you know. Jojo, man, you know. Monster Joey.
Whether Donovan Thomas was ABG. Is this the same ABG that you were referring to?
What you mean? Is this the same?
Was the ABG reflected in the articles of clothing in this video the same ABG that Donovan Thomas was a member of?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, do you recognize the person? Could you back up just a little bit to the far left of the screen, next to Jay?
No.
Had you ever seen him before that day?
I'm not sure.
Isn't he the person you're in a photograph with that has already been committed as evidence?
Not that I know of.
Would you continue to play until don't recognize, you didn't recognize the person with the red bandana on that I was asking.
No, they were covered up, no.
Have you heard the name Truncated Steves?
No,
Have you heard the name Kit or Slut?
no.
Just one moment. Do you know? You never told anyone to take that handle down at the Real Lady V that was on this video. Did you?
No, I ain't even ever look at it.
And do you know approximately when it was that that video
No,
was shot? Would it have been before 2015?
I'm not sure.
Did you say that you were in prison from 2015 forward?
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, would it have been before 2015?
Oh, yes.
I think that's all you're on.
That you were sending those text messages going back and forth that we saw in early February. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to do me a favor. Look to your left, right, and I'll reference the screen up top. Now you recognize these as text messages between you and this investigator Hamilton, right?
Yes.
Now, in that first text message where he says GM. Now GM is good morning, right?
Yes.
Good morning, Mama. Hope you slept well. Now, is that generally how he would communicate with you, how he would address you?
I sustain the question.
Did he address you as Mama on more than one occasion?
Yes.
And if we can go down a bit towards the bottom of that page. All right. So on Wednesday, February the 7th, at about 5:48 p.m., he sent you a text message, this investigator for the DA's office, saying, call me one more time, then I'm out your hair for the night. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, how about the next one? That same night, Wednesday, February 7th, 6:45 p.m., where he says, hit me up if you're bored later. We're not gonna talk shop. Remember that text message?
Yes.
Did you talk to him later on?
Yes.
Did y'all talk shop?
Yes.
What do you want to talk about?
Going out.
Going out? Going out as in walking out the door or going out on a date?
A date.
And this is February 7th of 2024, this year, when the investigator for the DA's office is supposed to be talking to you about a case, but in fact is calling you, talking to you about going out on a date. Is that true?
Yes.
Did the fact that this employee of the district attorney's office was trying to date you come into your mind as you're thinking about whether you have to come in here and testify or not?
Yes.
You were shown earlier one of the exhibits, text messages between you and Mr. Hamilton. And just to be clear, I asked you a little bit earlier about how many times it is that in these conversations with you, he referred to you as mama. Let's see. Tuesday, February 6th, sends you a text message, mama, thank you, with a fist, a little fist sign, right?
Yeah.
Sunday, February the 11th, sent you a text message early in the morning about my good morning. Hope you slept well, mama. Remember that?
Yes.
You testified last week about the fact that you were having to come meet with the DA's office and that led to you losing your job. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, when Investigator Hamilton told you, don't worry about that, I can help you get another job, was that in a text message or was that a phone conversation that you had with him?
Both.
Now, as we move forward into March, right, there was that period of time where you were supposed to come in and testify. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
And you were in communication with Investigator Hamilton. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you remember last week when you were being questioned by the state? The state was asking questions about whether you were telling them you didn't want to come in and testify. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asking you whether or not you said to someone or you texted someone, tell the judge to kiss my ass?
But I ain't say that.
Right. Do you remember asking that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. You did not say that, did you?
No, it said what I said. I told the judge to call me, not kiss my ass.
So the text message that's dated Tuesday, March 26, 8:06 p.m. that you were asked about earlier and it was put up on the screen where it says, well, I was in an accident. I'm just now leaving the hospital. Like I said, I don't give a fuck if they lock me up. What that gonna do? Shit, so can you get the judge to call me? Those your words?
Yes.
Because they're about to see some more of their attorneys be on the news or in jail too for sexual harassment. Please do. That's your text message, right?
Yes.
That is verbatim your text message, right?
Yes.
So when you were asked last week, or when it was suggested that you said, tell the judge to kiss my ass, that is not what you said, is it?
No.
Form. Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question. The question was
I'll stain
suggested.
I'll stain the question. You can rephrase, sir.
Yes, sir. You asked the judge to call you, or you asked the investigator to have the judge call you. Is that true?
Yes.
You did not say, tell the judge he can kiss my ass. True?
You have right there, sir. I did not tell the judge to kiss my ass. I wouldn't have no reason to tell the judge that. I just wanted him to call.
You were on the video that was shown a little while ago. You remember that video, right? You were in that video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think you were asked earlier if you know when that video was.
I don't.
It was certainly before 2015, all right?
Yes.
If I were to say that was in 2012, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I wouldn't be sure.
Okay. At any of the times when you met with and spoke with anyone from the DA's office in regards to coming in here and testify, were you ever shown that video and said, hey, we're gonna show you this video so you can help enlighten the jury about this RICO case? Anybody ever show you the video and ask you that?
No.
Is there anything in any of that video, anything, that has anything whatsoever to do with the 2013 incident you've been asked questions about?
No.
Is there anything about you wearing red, throwing up whatever kind of signs, or whomever it is you're with in that video that tells us anything about what happened in 2013?
No.
I stand question.
So we ask the witness's answer be stricken.
Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the witness's answer. And Ms. Penny, if there's an objection, stop talking.
Oh, okay.
Okay, immediately, and let me rule upon that before you complete, okay? All right, thank you.
Did, was the first time that you saw that video when it was played here in court?
Yes.
First time you were asked any questions about it when it was played here in court?
Yes.
Did Mr. Hamilton ever show you any videos or any photographs at any time that he met with you?
No.
Did he, Mr. Hamilton, or anybody else, ever ask you any questions about gang or gang affiliation or anything like that when they met with you?
No.
Why exactly, you asked a couple questions earlier, and I want to just jump back to this for a quick second, about your meeting with Mr. Hamilton, I think Mr. Atkins. You remember being asked those questions a little while ago?
Yes.
Okay. Why exactly were you reluctant to meet with folks from the DA's office? Were you?
Objection has been answered.
Sustained.
Now, this witness accused the state of trying to bribe him. And I think he's going to be funny. I think this is the one that's in prison. And he's going to be funny.
Remember when Lieutenant Olafon met you on March 26th of this year at Fulton County Jail? You said that you knew him before he went to prison?
You have to answer yes or no, sir.
I don't know nobody in the courtroom right now.
So you're not tight with Lil Rod and Owen from growing up in Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know it, man.
You also know who shot who, don't you?
You trying to make me know who shot who?
You didn't, you don't know Walter Murphy? Sometimes known as DK?
I mean, you told me. Him?
You didn't tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither on July 13th, 2015, that Walter Murphy, the guy who walks around with a K tattoo between his eyebrows, was the person you saw at the Citgo gas station?
If you talking about the dude who tried to bribe me?
Walter Murphy tried to bribe you?
No, I'm talking about your people.
My people tried to bribe you. How did you try to bribe you, Mr. White?
Trying to get me to tell him somebody I don't know.
How can we get on you to tell on somebody you don't know when you picked him out 9 years ago on April 12, 2015?
Man, I don't even know Walter Murphy. I don't know nobody by the name of no Walter Murphy. 9 years ago.
Mr. White, I'm going to approach you with case exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo. The defense counsel wants to see it. I'm showing you the first page of 73 Bravo Bravo. I'm showing you the second page of 73 Bravo Bravo. And I'm showing you page 3 of Bravo Bravo. Do you see? Is that your signature, Mr. White?
Man, say my first and last name. I mean, but that could have been anybody's signature.
So it is your first and last name, but you're saying it's not your signature. Here on page 3 on the far right, top left photograph.
Not my signature.
Okay. Now, Mr. White, I also want to show you the last page, which is page 6. You see this photograph on the bottom left, that circle. Is that the same initials that we just saw a second ago, Mr. White?
Them look like two different signatures.
Is that the same initials as your name, DW?
Of course, because my name is DW, but it don't mean I did that.
Okay, so you didn't sign or initial either of those pages in 73 Bravo Bravo?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Now, do you know many people or anyone else that has a D and a K tattoo between their eyebrows other than Walter Murphy?
But I don't even know Walter Murphy. Why you keep trying to make me know somebody?
Mr. White, would you agree that someone who had, is that tattoo unique? 2 letters between their eyebrows? Is that unique?
I mean, there's a million people in the world.
Have you ever seen anyone that has D and a K between their eyebrows?
No.
When Lieutenant Oliphant and I met you in Fulton County Jail, you said that Walter Murphy you knew, correct?
Okay, same day you keep saying you met me at Fulton County, right?
Right.
I told you I didn't know Walter Murphy. You saying I know Walter Murphy, but the same day you met me is the same dude an hour before you met me, the bald head dude back there, told him I don't know Walter Murphy.
And Mr. White, you said that Walter Murphy and Jeffrey Willis are like this. You cross your fingers, right?
You said that.
And Mr. White, when you go like this, like you did with me, Lieutenant Oliphant in Fulton County Jail, this means someone's tight, right? Someone's close. Cross your fingers.
I guess if that's where you want to put it.
Have you ever seen someone ever put your fingers crossed like this, saying that 2 people are friends? Have you ever done that, Mr. White?
No, because I don't do that.
You remember sitting in the library in Fulton County Jail when Lieutenant Oliphant and I were around the table?
Yeah, and you was asking me something and I told you I didn't know.
And I asked you, Lieutenant Oliphant right there, since you grew up in Cleveland, on Old Hayfield, did you know anyone from that area? And you said you knew Walter Murphy, right?
I don't know Walter Murphy.
And Mr. White, you also said that you don't think that Walter Murphy realized you were in the car the day that the shooting happened because you and him are actually cool with one another, right?
I don't even know him. Walter Murphy sounds like a white person name.
And you also said that you ran into Walter Murphy, you may know him as DK, in the Fulton County Jail after this shooting, and there was no problems between the 2 of y'all, right?
How much these folk paying you to try to make it seem like I know these people?
Mr. White, you did not say that you saw Walter Murphy in the Fulton County Jail after the April 12, 2015 shooting. Is that your testimony here today?
I done been to prison. This is my second time in prison, so I ran into a lot of people, so I ain't tell you I know Walter Murphy.
So, Ms. Wright, you remember yesterday I asked you, do you remember a phone conversation you had on July 13th, 2015 with Atlanta Police Department Detective Dennis? You remember that, right?
No.
Now, on that call, you explained to him what happened to Pooh that night, didn't you?
I was in prison July. Man, I did 2 years in prison, man. Off probation violation. I got out 10/17/17.
Mr. White, when you talked to Detective Dennis on the phone, you told him what happened that night to Pooh, didn't you?
No, did you?
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis that O.G. Bentley and his partner walked in the store, so my partner got out of the car, he was fixing to go in the store, but the girl was talking to him about how they felt we were on their tail, correct? That's what you told Detective Dennis?
Incorrect.
Mr. White, you also told Detective Dennis, and so when O.G. Bentley's partner came out of the store, he seen my partner and the girl talking, and so he felt that they were, trying to get at each other, right?
Wrong.
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you if your partner and the female from the other car were arguing or exchanging words. You told him the girl and my partner were not arguing, it was normal talk. She was like, dang, y'all pushing up. It was just like y'all were on our tail. And so he felt like we was on his tail. When O.G. Bentley's partner came out of the store, he went back in the store and told O.G. Bentley that was like such and such out here. You didn't tell Detective Dennis that over the phone?
No.
Detective Dennis asked you to clarify about what you meant when you told him such and such and told you to give him words, right? And this is your response. I don't understand. I was not in their face, so I was not at O.G. Bentley's face or his partner's face. O.G. Bentley's partner came out of the store and looked, boom, and he seen my partner and the girl who was driving talking. And so I guess he thought they was exchanging numbers or trying to get at his girl, right?
Wrong.
Mr. White went on to explain to Detective Dennis. So he went back in the store, told O.G. Bentley what was going on. O.G. Bentley stayed in the store for like a good 10 to 15 minutes, did not come out. Then after that, about 5 to 10 minutes later, a white Dodge Nitro Jeep 4x4 pulled up to the gas station, right?
Wrong.
You told Detective Dennis that the white Dodge Nitro would pull up on the side of O.G. Bentley in their car, right?
No.
And Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis that the people in the white Dodge Nitro got out of the car with AKs and sticks and 40s and shit, and came to our car like they was like what's popping and all that.
Why would I be telling you something if this not even my case? This ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't involved in nothing. I ain't shoot nobody. I didn't rob nobody. This don't have nothing to do with me. So why would I be giving you some information about something? This ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, I'm talking about the conversation you had with Detective Dennis.
Bro, you lying like fuck, man. This is not, man. Come on, man.
So what they're doing is everybody who was around or they thought they committed some crime during the time from when DK did what he did, and he wasn't the one who I think took the guy's head off. I think it was another guy is the one who did that. But whatever he did, ever since then, they've been really ever since that guy Donovan Thomas, who they're going to be talking about. So if anybody can get a chance to start looking at the trial, that's what they're going to be talking about from now on, I guess, probably until Christmas, because the way they take breaks and leave early and start late, it's no telling when they're going to get through with this next witness. They just really doing the most. Let's see who's coming up now. This is the judge. Okay, this happened today. and the judge is talking to Mr. Short, and y'all can see how bad he talked to these people. That's so unbelievable. I gotta share it first.
Okay, Mr. Short, have you and the state worked on some issue, worked on Mr. White's redaction? Mr. Short?
Trying to turn on the microphone.
There you go.
I have spoken to the state about this issue, Your Honor. I identified two different, and we're not in agreement. I've identified two different portions of the tape. Overall, it's about 1.5 minutes that's in dispute. Probably, I believe that there's a hearsay statement at 6:48 of the phone interview. In the car interview, there's just basically what I feel is an argument of future dangerousness that's completely irrelevant, made by Investigator Dennis. These, again, Your Honor, these are on tape statements made by D'Angelo White. Typically in trials, in my experience, prior statements are not just played to the jury. So, but I've noticed throughout this trial that the state, that is the way, their preferred method of impeaching their own witnesses. So if we're going to proceed on that method, which I don't necessarily agree with, I just think we need to clean up those two small areas. One area that has hearsay and one that has inappropriate argument of future dangerousness.
How long have you had this particular recording, Mr. Shark?
I've had it for over a year.
Why the motion at this point in time then?
Your Honor, I'm not articulating this correctly, I don't think. In trial, we have.
Well, I'm asking.
I'm explaining. Your
I'm
Honor.
asking you because here's the court's concern. You could have filed this as a motion months ago.
I wouldn't think that we were going to just.
No, that's not the point. If you think something's going to come up.
I didn't think it would come up.
Well, you filed it now, so you obviously. Because you've identified a course.
I've been sitting in trial.
Mr. Sharp, because you've identified a course of behavior. So you should have filed it way before the witness is close to getting on the stand. Do you understand that?
The witness. Well,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you practice in federal court?
No, I don't. But
I can tell you, this would not happen. This would not happen.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't think that the statements would be played in totality like this in federal court, quite honestly.
That may be true, but that does not relieve you of the responsibility to timely file a motion and it's just not wait till the last minute.
I'm not waiting till the last minute, Your Honor. I am not anticipating that we're about to discuss a slideshow.
Focus. We ain't got to that yet.
All right.
Focus. I'm focusing on your behavior at this point in time. I'm not saying to you that the information is not any less invalid, but it's the timing that's a problem. It's a problem, and since you
I wouldn't think that we would be admitting these things, but since I've seen these things, these statements, these out-of-court statements being admitted, I've taken it upon myself. A couple weeks ago, you said to us, please flag things in advance. I took
this
that
is
to
not in
heart.
advance. This is not in advance. This is like we got a jury sitting here. You all didn't get here at 1 o'clock. I told you to be here at 12:30.
I've been here.
I know that you were here early, and I know why you were here early. So, but focus. The focus is on why didn't we file this stuff months ago, and let's wind it out and air it out at that point in time. Okay. So I'm going to ask the state their issue on this. Are you cutting this out? Did you have discussions with Mr. Sharp, madam?
We did have discussions.
When?
Well, this morning.
That's too late. The evidence is excluded. The evidence is excluded. I'm going to exclude because I told you that this was going to happen. No. We're excluding that, and I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint that you all submitted. Well, you're not going to wholesale introduce it.
We had no intention. Your Honor,
All right.
let's be real clear. We did not intend to introduce this PowerPoint today. I personally reached out via telephone and called at least 2 members of the defense team and asked them to call me back.
This lady continues to holler and argue with the judge, and he lets her holler and argue him right out of his order that he just made before everybody in the court. But it's just unbelievable how she is allowed to talk to him the way she does and will not shut up. And he talked to those other people like they're just trash. It's unbelievable that this man is actually a practicing judge, and he's the chief judge. That's what's so bad about it. With the smallest caseload. Let's hear him. It's going to be terrible.
But you all should not be identifying this stuff the moment of trial while the jury's sitting in a box. This is the last. I am not going to tolerate this any further. If you don't get together with your colleagues and flag issues and resolve them promptly, and if I have to take them up, remember, I can exclude them. We'll work the weekends, or we'll do a combination of both. So this time, I'm going to exclude those 2 sections.
Your Honor, Mr. Atkins, he confronted this witness with those sections. I last week let them know that we were introducing that.
If the exhibit's not ready and you haven't made, no, well, Mr. Sharp's got objections to it.
But Judge, Mr. Sharp can get in and have our evidence excluded every day that he makes an objection
No.
at midnight, and then comes in and says.
Well, then you all should have gotten your stuff together before then. Some of our juries, please. Some of our juries. Have a seat, madam. Have a seat. You better exclude that, and next time, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're prepared next time. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm just not. We are starting right now. It's 1:20. So
We have talked to them. We have said we don't agree.
then file a motion and get it before me, and we'll take it up. Both of you all have equally responsibility to do that.
Information they are seeking.
Oh, it's going to be inadmissible right now.
I'm saying, Judge, that you said to file a motion. There's nothing.
I'm not gonna have any more discussion about this, madam. I'm not. I don't. Well, you know what?
And I attempted to try to talk to them earlier this week.
Well, then that's why we have to.
So the court punishes the state because the defense.
I'm not punishing anybody, but but prior preparation prevents poor performance.
Be prepared, Judge. That's why I sent them what I sent them last week, a whole week and a half ago, 2 weeks.
I'm not. Well,
and I have asked. I have said I would like to discuss.
Our jury's coming in, madam. Our jury's coming in. Have a seat.
My mother would tell me that I have a lot of nerve if I raise.
This is the part where he finally got to say what he wanted to say of that screaming match a moment ago. Mr. Short finally got to say what he wanted to say, because the judge never give Mr. Short or Mr. Steele an opportunity to say anything. And you heard him hollering at Attorney Weinstein, but he let this woman and these people over here on the state side just say and do whatever they want. But Regina, you're so right, but it's funny. So let's hear this part. Let me make sure I got it right. But I tell you, I just wish I could comprehend this technology a little better. I just can't get into it, but I'm gonna have to. It's Mr. Shard. I thought it had a T on the end. But let's see here. I think he gets to talk a little bit, and we can hear what he's trying to get the judge to understand.
Some issue worked on Mr. White's redaction. Mr. Short?
Trying to turn on the microphone.
There you go.
I have spoken to the state about this issue, Your Honor. I identified two different, and we're not in agreement. I've identified two different portions of the tape. Overall, it's about a minute and a half that's in dispute. Probably, I believe that there's a hearsay statement at 6:48 of the phone interview. In the car interview, there's just basically what I feel is an argument of future dangerousness that's completely irrelevant, made by Investigator Dennis. These, again, Your Honor, these are on taped statements made by D'Angelo White. Typically in trials, in my experience, prior statements are not just played to the jury. So, but I've noticed throughout this trial that the state, that is the way, their preferred method of impeaching their own witnesses. So if we're going to proceed on that method, which I don't necessarily agree with, I just think we need to clean up those two small areas. One area that has hearsay and one that has inappropriate argument of future dangerousness.
How long have you had this particular recording, Mr. Shark?
I've had it for over a year.
Why the motion at this point in time then?
Your Honor, I'm not articulating this correctly, I don't think. In trial, we have.
Well, I'm asking.
I'm explaining. Your
I'm
Honor.
asking you because here's it's a problem, and since you have.
Wouldn't think that we would be admitting these things, but since I've seen these things, these statements, these out of court statements being admitted, I've taken.
That was the exact same one. I didn't want that one. I thought it was the one where he was getting a chance to explain what he was saying, because the judge finally heard what he was trying to say and agreed with him. But you know, she goes on and on and on and on until he don't really get to say what he's trying to say. The judge cut him off so like he's dismissing a kid. But I had something else I wanted y'all to see that might be. Let me look at my downloads and make sure, because I could have sworn I had one where he got to say what he wanted to say to this person. But today started out with a bang, and the judge finally stood up to her, because he normally allows her to just have her way and say what she want to say and do what she want to do. And now I see here on U.S. Immigration, they have a new video out about old good Fani that resurfaced from 3 years ago, so I don't know what that's about.
And it will be very...
Okay, maybe this is the one where she was talking about she wanted to save the children and give the money for the gangs. This lady didn't want to give no money to get rid of no gangs. It looked like she wanted to get the money to start a gang. It looked like she's starting her own gang. This is U.S. Immigration. And let's check this out before we say goodnight, because we're pretty much at the point where we're about to say goodnight. And this went by real fast tonight. I sure thank y'all for the conversation and the input. This is, I haven't heard this, so we're hearing this together, and hopefully there is no music in it. But if y'all hear it go mute, that's what I would do if I can hear it, because they definitely will not monetize my videos if, you know, it's some copyrighted music in it. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. But one good thing I can tell y'all that YouTube has done is that whenever it is, because that happened to me the other day in a video, and they give you an opportunity to take it out, but they actually have it already picked for you, and all you have to do is hit a button. And then once that's gone, they monetize your video. So that was a plus. I've never seen that. So they're trying to help in some ways, but for the Asiatics, it's still kind of rough, and especially if you're teaching anything that can help people. That's just my opinion, and maybe they're not like that, but it seems like they promote just like they did with the rap music. You know, it used to be conscious minded, and then they started having everybody calling each other all these names, and everybody had to be a slut or, you know, something thereof, and the guys had to be no good, or they was slanging, or they was laying, and, you know, and all this good stuff. So, and none of that is good stuff. It's horrible, but that's the way that they had to sell songs. And now it's like they're turning the tide. So now all of this that they had them promoting and saying, and a lot of these guys have never done in their lives, now they're using it against them and locking them up for all of the private prisons that a lot of our athletes invest in. And so they're making money, and probably these people too. They're making money off of our pain, and it's really sad. But what can I do? I can just do my part, and I'm going to keep sounding the alarm and keep asking parents to sit and talk with your children. Not that talking about when you meet them, they'll do say this or say that. When you meet them, say nothing. That's what you do. Assert your rights under the Constitution. Because, you know, we're getting laid out in the street no matter what. So we can't say what's right to say and how to treat them. You treat everybody with respect. You should be teaching your children that anyway. Anybody. And especially someone with authority. But what do I know?
unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits. And I certainly will not be choosing people to date that work under me. Let me just say that.
Fani Willis got herself into trouble with her own video, resurfacing from 3 years earlier.
Well, calls are growing for Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis to step down from the election interference case against former President Trump. I mean, can she do the job with all that's going on? That's the question.
You know, we are at a place in society where things happen in people's relationships, husband and wife. Sometimes there are outside relationships. I don't think that that's what the community is concerned about, although there might be a moral breaking in that. I think that what citizens are really, really concerned about is if you chose to have inappropriate contact with employees. I mean, there's nothing that I can say on it other than it is distracting. It is certainly inappropriate for the #1 law enforcement officer in this state. And it really, really saddens me. And it will be very unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits.
She's paying this alleged secret unqualified boyfriend $100 more an hour than she's paying an actual RICO expert attorney who she brought in. I think that people need to light up Governor Kemp and Attorney General Chris Carr's office and tell them to open this criminal investigation.
She herself is snarled in a messy love triangle, allegedly, and faces calls to resign for paying her alleged lover, Nathan Wade, big money, $650,000, despite him having no experience. She put him on the Trump case, arguably the biggest case of her career, and paid him, and now stuff's happening.
I think there's a general concern in this country right now, and this sheds light on that, Martha, in that we're appointing these individuals to positions of power where they have access to taxpayer money, and they're selecting cases to become more famous, not do the right thing. And then we see this slew of corruption that eventually comes down, including this story.
Florida Congressman Byron Donalds with this: the Lord did not cause you to stumble into $600,000 in taxpayer money because you're sleeping with the lead prosecutor. There's prosecutorial misconduct. Fani should be removed and disbarred.
In this divorce case, another hearing coming up next month, we'll look at whether the two behaved improperly and whether they improperly used taxpayer money to take vacations. Many are already beginning to say that the district attorney should step aside.
I think that the case is, if it hasn't gone off the rails already, it's about to. And I don't see anything good coming from her staying in charge of the case at this point. And I think a lot good can happen if she steps away. This is obviously a huge distraction.
We've already gotten a hint at what might be in those divorce proceedings. On Friday, lawyers for the estranged wife released bank statements that show Nathan Wade bought plane tickets for himself and Willis to go to Miami, to go to San Francisco, to take a Caribbean cruise, and to rent a hotel in Napa Valley, California.
Now, some of those receipts that he was talking about from the travel came directly because the estranged wife, Joycelyn Wade, that's in part of her filing. And Fani Willis is accusing Wade, Joycelyn, of harassing her and damaging her professional reputation. Like allegedly sleeping around, didn't do that. And she says she's doing that also by subpoenaing her for a deposition in the divorce case. Well, you want to win your divorce case and you think you found the woman who's been spending taxpayer money, that might be a way to do it.
This gives meaning to the phrase bringing the receipts. She's literally bringing the receipts. It's all so incestuous, and I think that it very much plays to Donald Trump's benefit because it's such a soap opera. Like right when you think politics can't get any crazier, then this stuff happens, and I think it sort of undermines and reminds people that everywhere you have these highly partisan charges against Donald Trump, whether it's Fulton County or New York City or Washington, D.C. They're some of the most lawless places. And this just adds a whole veneer of sort of grossness to it that I think kind of helps him in his political argument that these are partisan charges.
All right, let's talk about this case for a bit. Legally, I've been reading, they cannot remove her from the role while, this is going on. And she has said she will not step away. So then they would need to put, and by the way, Nathan Wade, her alleged lover, worked as a municipal court judge, mainly in traffic law and family law. And Fox Research found that he had never been involved litigating a felony. But he's in charge of the election interference case of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and they have put so much effort into this case, and
money,
and money, obviously, as we saw with the receipts, and then meanwhile, it's not like Atlanta is the safest place to walk around at night. It's not like aren't
they have
other
plenty of things
crimes
they could be
going
doing
on in Atlanta, but this is their focus. And again, it goes back to the political argument that Donald Trump makes, which is this is all partisan. This has nothing to do with law and order.
In this divorce case, another hearing will look at whether the two behaved improperly and whether they improperly used taxpayer money to take vacations.
Under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so your answer to this interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not false.
Well, hate to dance around the answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
She's not your spouse at that time or any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
That's correct.
But you entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your marriage, the period of time up to the present, so the answer would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course of the marriage, no.
Mr. Wade.
Mr. Gillen, I think we've made our point. I think it speaks for itself, and we can save that for argument.
I'll just follow up with one quick question. You understand what the word present means?
Your Honor, that's been asked of us.
I think we did cover that already as well.
Okay. Now, what has happened from the time that you filed this court document in May of 2023, let's go over some of the things that you had been involved in terms of being entertained or entertaining. Prior to your filing on the answer on the interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023, we have already established, have we not, that you had paid for a Royal Caribbean cruise to the Bahamas with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir, with Miss Willis and my mother.
Well, your mother's not a part of this interrogatory. I'm talking about Miss Willis, okay? So you paid and caused to be paid approximately $3,335 on that trip, Bahamas trip, from October the 28th through October the 31st, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think we've touched this ground several times already.
Mr. Gillen, let's cover new ground.
Well, I'm just trying to establish with specificity the things that he had done to entertain or be entertained prior to May the 30th, 2023. I'll try to move through it quickly.
Sure. Well, that's already part of the record in terms of his prior testimony, and so if you want to link those two things together, you can do that during argument.
Well, so let me discuss this. You indicated that during the course of your explanation concerning the Belize trip, that Miss Willis paid you all that money back in cash. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Belize trip had just happened, hadn't it? That occurred in March 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're filing this maybe 2 months after you have gone to Belize with Miss Willis, correct?
Again, I believe all of this is
I think you might be getting somewhere new. We'll see.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So we've got the trip in. We've got the trip in to Belize on March the 18th, 2023. You and Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 2 months later, you file the interrogatories that speak for themselves that we've gone over a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the March the 18th, 2023, to state the obvious, is before May the 30th, 2023. Will you agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. So then you tell us that Miss Willis paid you in cash all the money for the entire trip. It was a gift for you for your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you probably have the deposit slips where you took the cash and deposited the cash into your account, don't you?
I did not deposit the cash in my account.
You don't have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or support any of your allegations that you were paid by Mrs. Willis in cash, do you?
No, sir.
Not a single solitary one.
Not a one.
Now, when Miss Willis would pay you in cash, would you scamper down to the ATM with her, and as she drew money out of her account
Your
to
Honor.
pay you these thousands of dollars?
Mr. Gillen might scamper, but there's been no evidence that Mr. Wade does. I object to the phrasing, the argumentative nature of the question.
All right.
On that issue, overruled.
Did you and Miss Wade scamper down to the ATM machine and have her draw out, for example, on the Willis trip, just on your payment would have been $2,794?
Miss Wade,
For clarity, yeah. Thank you.
Pardon me?
Miss Wade and I didn't go to Belize.
No, excuse me, Miss Willis, I'm sorry. Did you go down to the ATM with Miss Willis while she drew out $2,794 to pay you in cash that you did you go to the ATM with her?
No, sir. She didn't go to the ATM. She carried the cash.
Oh, and so she would give you the cash. Did you have a little place in your house where you just stack up all this cash that you apparently got to repay you for these benefits that you bestowed on her?
Well, Mr. Gillen, if I answered that, I'm putting myself in jeopardy. If I tell the world that I have cash someplace in my home, don't you think that could be problematic?
No, I don't. I want an answer as to whether or not you have a little cash hoard in your house where you have allegedly taken the money that you got from Mrs. Willis and went and put it somewhere. Where'd you put it?
No, sir.
Now, just put it on the hip and kind of walk around money?
Did I put it on my hip?
Yeah, just walking around money where you would spend the cash yourself?
Let me finish. Did I put it on my hip in Belize and walk around with it?
When you got paid back, would you take the money, the cash that she gave you, and would you just carry it around with you for spending money around town?
So we have to break down each trip because, for example, for the cruise, she paid me the money before we took the cruise. So I was here and I could put the money in my pocket or put it away wherever I wanted to do with it. Other trips, she would give me the money there. So at that point, I could either spend it or put it in my pocket or put it in the hotel safe.
There's no special place that you would have all this cash that you would be getting from her that you've told us about to pay back for the benefits that you have bestowed on her?
The only special place that cash would have gone would have been to one of my children.
Okay. Now,
and we know that's a lie because he cut the children off as soon as he signed that agreement in January. This is really pathetic, and I'm like you, Regina. I can't stand looking at this man. I don't even like his voice. But his attorney, Jocelyn's attorney was on the lead attorney. She gave them an interview. And so I may show that little portion where it's not a little portion, but he has a small clip where she talks about how mean this man has been to his wife, she's not his ex-wife. They're not divorced yet, but his wife, and how he's withholding money. And then they filed a contempt motion, and instead of him answering the motion, good as he felt, he filed a moderation motion trying to get his money cut down for what he's supposed to be giving her. This man is, he's really, I don't know, these people think they're above the law or they think they are the law. I don't get it. But we're almost finished, y'all.
are you aware, have you discussed these pleadings with Miss Willis?
No, sir.
So there's been no discussion between you and Miss Willis about the allegation concerning the benefits that you have bestowed on her. Is that correct?
The phrasing, the benefits bestowed upon her, I don't believe that's an accurate reflection of the testimony, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I think overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay. When you say proceedings, are you talking about the divorce proceedings? Because we were talking about the interrogatories. To that question, the answer is no. If you're at, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your answer. I'll hear the complete answer, then I'll follow up.
Okay. If you're asking me about this hearing, the proceedings of this hearing, have we discussed the financial piece based upon Mr. Roman's motion? Yes.
So you have discussed the financial piece. Where did that discussion take place?
Conference room.
Were you other people there, or were you and Ms. Willis discussing this about what your position was going to be?
Relevance of this.
Well,
Mr. Gillen?
yeah, the relevance has to do with suddenly we have a declaration from Mr. Wade in this case, where he says roughly equal, and then shows one alleged payment by Ms. Willis. No mention of cash, none. So I need to find out a little bit more about how suddenly we have this revelation about cash from the witness stand today.
Overruled.
So we part company there when you say no mention of cash. If I provided one receipt that didn't amount to what you would think was roughly equal, the rest of it is cash.
Well, did you in your declaration, sir, it was filed in this case, did you tell the court in that declaration that the expenditure that you had provided on behalf of Ms. Willis was paid for back by her in cash? Yes or no?
I believe that I did when I said that the expenses were split roughly evenly.
If you could point to me any place in your affidavit where you used the word cash, I would appreciate it. Take your time.
I didn't use the word cash, no, sir.
No, you didn't use the word cash, did you?
But I didn't say that she didn't give it to me in cash.
No, you just didn't tell anybody that you allegedly got paid back in cash, right?
No, I told everyone who asked.
Today?
Yes, sir.
Now, who else was with you, if anyone else, when you and Ms. Willis were discussing how you would be handling the financial component of the motion here today, that is the personal benefits?
I'm going to object to the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen?
Well, the relevance is if they know that they're going to be called as witnesses, they've been subpoenaed, and they are discussing what they're going to say, we need to know that. The court needs to know that. It goes to the veracity of Mr. Willis and, Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Overruled.
We didn't discuss how we were going to handle testimony.
My question was, when you were discussing with Ms. Willis in the conference room, when you were discussing what you perceived to be the situation concerning the benefits for the payments.
Yes, sir.
Was there anyone else present?
No, sir.
How long did the meeting take?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Willis tell you what she was going to say?
No, sir.
Did you ask her whether she had any bank withdrawals that would corroborate the assertion that she would pay you back in large sums of cash for these trips to the Caribbean, Belize, California, on and on and on?
Your Honor, again, I object. The proffer when the last relevance objection was made was that Mr. Gillen needed to know who else was there, these could be potential witnesses that he could cross-examine. That question has been answered, so I do object.
Okay. I think it's still exploring possible bias or motive to shape his testimony, so overrule on that ground.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Willis, Mr. Wade, when you were having this discussion, of the money that would be in those accounts, at least
we've heard enough of Mr. Wade. I don't even want to hear him anymore. Let me see what Angela said. Oh, Regina said, Angela said, this is a man's conscience dried up and died long ago. He's been given over to a reprobate. Okay, I believe that. His wife needs colon surgery and he won't help her. Yeah, he's really, really sad. Right, they are still married and not divorced yet. Why? Because of all the underhanded BS that Nathan Wade tried to do to get out of paying alimony, and his adulterous boss, Fani Willis, sealing case. Yep, but in Georgia, Mrs. Wade is able to sue Fani as well. I hope she does. No, she can't in Georgia, Angela. That she can't in Georgia. They used to have that law. I put it in one of my videos, but they don't have it anymore. But there she could in Texas, but not in Georgia. I'm like you, Regina, because they are very unattractive in more ways than one. But no, she can't sue him in Georgia. They took that out. Alienation of affection, they can't do it anymore. Where she's going to be able to get him is because of his adultery. See, they tried to make it seem like, and remember, did y'all just hear him say that, yes, she does live in Texas, but I think the divorce is in Georgia. But yeah, she does live in Texas. But she can sue him still here in Texas. Civilly, she can sue him. But right now, she's really fighting for her help. So she doesn't have all of that strength. But, you know, her lawyer is pretty astute. So, you know, they probably already have something in the works. But he said that he didn't discuss those proceedings. But he's lying because he said he didn't discuss his divorce with Miss Willis. He lying because Miss Willis went after his wife and her attorney, telling her information that only he could have shared because she didn't know them in 2015 when he lied and said that they did what, you know, they did. But it's really, really, really horrible. But I think that he did that. That's why he waited until she came back to Georgia to file that divorce. He didn't want it to be filed in Texas. And they may give her a change of venue. I don't know if that would be a reason for them to do that. Because, you know, now they have Zoom. And then that she has counsel. Her counsel pretty much can speak for her. They don't necessarily need her. But this man here, he is a terrible human being. And people need to listen to what they're saying and write the governor and write the attorney general, whatever, whoever they need to write. But they really need to, because this man is pathetic. And I guess maybe he's a semblance of a man, because he's not a man to do the things that he's doing. And there's nothing wrong with people breaking up if that's what they choose. And it could have been held differently. He could have done this so different. And then to cut his children off, when he cut the children off, which led her to use her money to keep her children in the position that they're in right now. But that can only go for so long, because if he quit paying, talking about he don't have the money, but where did he put all the money that this woman paid him? Because if they just going by the trips they've shown us, they didn't total no $700,000. And all they're talking about, he split it with his partners. They can stop that because they're not partners. So now they're going to be looked at by no. And I just have to say I know only because I've worked there. And a lot of this sounds like willful activity. That they're probably going to be scrutinized by those three letters, IRS. and hopefully that they can pass the smell test. Yeah, I bet you they probably torn because, you know, they've known him as their father. And see, he said like they've been broke up since 15, like he was just there present in the home. But the attorney said no, they were very much in a marriage up until he did what he did with filing for the divorce the day after he got his appointment to his new position. So, and she said he had many affairs. And she also said Sonia Allen was one of them. And, you know, she was the one that was paying him the $500 an hour. So one thing that he's good at getting these women to pay him money. But I think if they're sharing the money, then he's just the way that they're laundering the money. And that's why I say they're probably going to have a RICO case way greater than this one that she's concocting up on all of these other people. Regina said, I believe Fani Willis have 2 girls. What a mother. What is she teaching her daughters? Do she have anything to do with her daughters? Because remember, when her dad came up there and talked about how scared he was for and how horrible it was and how people was threatening her and she had to move out of her house, she didn't take her daughters with her. So that tells me a lot about what she think about her daughters. I don't think she think nothing about her daughters. Yeah. I have it in one of these descriptions of one of these videos. I don't know which one, but I have it in there somewhere. But, yeah, she said her baby daughter wasn't with her. So where was her baby daughter? She wasn't there with her dad, so maybe she was with it, you know, her own dad. I don't know. And then she said her oldest daughter, you know, you can't tell teenagers, young adults what to do. So she was in and out of the house, but they were afraid for their lives. And then she said they was even threatening Nathan and his family. Well, how could they be threatening him, his family, when he didn't even claim his family? That don't even make sense. And these people just lie as if it's not a lie. But they lie with no consequences, they think. But I think they're going to get some consequences this time. Well, I think we've been together for a pretty good while. And I'm going to get ready to wrap this one up. I'm thinking I'm going to look for that interview. Just the portion. It's the whole interview is his whole show is about her. But he did a short one that's about 10 minutes or so that I think that will be interesting to hear the lawyer talk about how this man really how he did his wife is just absolutely. And I guess any of us that's been divorced feel like we've been done wrong or whatever, but this is just too much. And I didn't even know they would grant a divorce when you're sick like this, you know. Georgia probably abolished the home record law because most of them in the office at the time were home records. I would have to agree. That might not be true, but it sure sounds reasonable, you know, from all the stuff that these people are doing. Because I found a man in the Fulton County, and I may need to bring him up too, who just got convicted. Somebody, I think it was a mayor or something, and then somebody just either went to prison or just got out of prison, convicted. And I know that we all have states, because our state have people that have been convicted. And some may be guilty, and some may be guilty by association. And I just have to take one for the team. But these people here, they are really ridiculous. And I just wish the people of Georgia, and that's why I keep trying to keep this story in the forefront. I don't know, you know, I know we don't have many people that come in, but I do get a few people to look at the videos, and who knows, hopefully somebody will see something and it'll spark something in them to make them want to do something a little bit different. But it's kind of like the commissioner said, I'm not blaming the people, but yet I am. Because y'all got to do something different. You can't keep voting for the same people expecting a different result. These people care not about y'all. I can't get over the 1,600 and some odd people that are in the jail in Fulton County and never been indicted. Not to mention the 600 or 700 that once they've been indicted have never been assigned a public defender, and they've never talked to an attorney. So much so that one guy was in there for 10 years, never have seen an attorney. And then they have an answer for everything. And this little bulldog here, Miss Love here, I don't know, if this is how these people want to get ahead, I guess whatever floats your boat. But, normally integrity and hard work and, being in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people in the right attitude. Nothing about these people, attitudes are good, but they're in high positions. So everything that we say we teach our children, if we wanted our children to look at these people and see them as an example, the only example we would see is corruption, treachery, adultery, fraud. There are some good women in the political world. And perhaps these people started out good. And then they just got like the machine. I don't know. But these people, this lady, Fani, Tiffany up in Dalton, they're finally getting her investigated. And her right-hand man, who's also her boyfriend, they found so much money in fraud that he's committed till it won't be long for her. Then we had a judge just get put down. And then we have, of course, the mayor down in New Orleans. I mean, these women have gone wild. The commissioner in Florida that stole the 90-year-old woman's home and money. And it's just a bit much. Regina said, in my opinion, in looking at the picture of Adriane Love, she looks androgynous, transgender in my opinion. Her shoe size 13 doesn't help. Well, they said that about her, and I don't know about her, but for real, they said that about Miss Hilton. That's what they be saying in the chat. But them people be saying some stuff. I'm not lying. Let me see. The night the lights went out in Georgia. Yes. And it's a rainy night in Georgia. And it seems like it's raining all over the world. You can't trust your soul to no backwoods southern lawyer, because the judge in the towns got bloodstains on his hands. My. Yeah, I know that and the lights went out in Georgia, but I didn't know the words to it. Boy, it is some terrible stuff going on. And Gladys Knight was trying to get on that midnight train to Georgia, wasn't she? Man, she didn't know. I don't believe she knew. And then who was that with Georgia on their mind? Was that Ray? Reba McEntire. Yeah, so we've had a good night, and I'm going to stay with this little case and keep up with that other lady to see what's going on, because, some justice got to be served. And I really wish these young men that have served their time and trying to change their lives get the opportunity to change their lives. Even if they don't make it, let it be their own problem. Let them be the one who do it. Don't let this system that we claim is the best system in the world. And we see these people misusing and abusing people. And in my opinion, a lot of this stuff is double jeopardy, but I'm not an attorney. And so I don't always know how to interpret the legalese. And I'm not a judge. And so my interpretation doesn't mean much. But I do know that this is something. Now, we had some big news in Dallas, and I don't know if you guys are familiar, but one of our biggest ministers here in Dallas, Dr. Freddie Haynes, he was given the honor to be the Rainbow Push Coalition, that's Jesse Jackson's organization. Well, they installed him 2 months ago as the head honcho, you know, HNIC, and he was honored, and big deal, and he has big old church here in Dallas, and he went on and left and went to take his spot in the spotlight. And last night I received several texts telling me he had stepped down. Well, I read it, but I didn't read it correctly. I do that sometimes, because when I read it, I thought they were saying he was stepping down from the church. From the church. But no, when I looked at it today, when I woke up, he's immediately, yesterday, he stepped down. So it's got to be something that was really hot. And the only thing I know that could be that hot, in my opinion, is taxes when it comes to an organization and the misappropriation of funds. Now, I don't know what happened, but he stepped down immediately. And so that's a story that I'm going to be trying to find out what's going on about, because he's a beloved, he's kind of, if you could call him a Pan-Africanist, and I don't think he claims to be Pan-African, but I'm just saying the manner in which he teaches. He's very soulful and very Black history-ish, I would say. If that's such a word that I just made up, Black history-ish. But he's very good with at least the history that we're told, and Black Wall Street and things of that nature. And he's also good in teaching that Sun book. Yeah, that could have been it. That could have been it. But you know, this is what get me for real. And you know, people can hate me all they want to, because I don't dislike Donald Trump. I remember as a kid, I loved Donald Trump. And I didn't know Donald Trump then. I don't know him now. But I used to love to see him and his wife, I think her name was Ivana, and their children. And they were always dressed to the nines. And I just didn't know nobody at the time who didn't like Donald Trump, you know. And now all of a sudden, everybody and their mama hate Donald Trump. And he does say a lot of stupid stuff. And I hear the stupid stuff he's saying. But I think he does that for a reason, and it's his reason. I don't have nothing to do with that. But I don't understand this hatred. To me, anytime somebody hates something so bad, just like they hate us as a people, it's got to be something wrong with the hatred, not the object of the hate. It has to be something wrong with the hater, because it doesn't make sense for everybody to hate something so bad. And most of us hating something we don't even know nothing about. we certainly, most of us, and I'm not talking about you educated people that I've run across, but most of us know nothing about politics. And I call them something else. But we know nothing about them. And we have the best and the hardest arguments about something we don't even understand. Why? Because we were not taught. And most of us didn't have time to find out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really understand the hatred, you know. And I don't know not one president that was in office that I seen something different happen in my life. Now, perhaps there is one. I just don't know it. But it didn't ever seem to affect me either way, no matter who's in office. Our conditions are the same. We still don't have grocery stores in most of the urban cities. Especially not over in my neighborhood. You have to go a pretty good piece before you can get to a grocery store. We still have, you know, drugs plaguing our neighborhood. We still have a lot of gun violence. We still have children dropping out of school. We still have teachers sleeping with children in school, and everybody pretend those stories are not important. We still have low unemployment. And then we're still given to one type of employment. We still have big loans. We still have big banks in our neighborhoods that won't loan us any money, but they'll directly deposit our checks or cash them, but they won't give us a loan or extend us credit. We still have insurance companies that redline us and don't want to insure our homes or our vehicles unless it's 3 times the amount that it should be in premiums. So I don't see much change no matter who's in office. I think we should really start paying attention, though, to local politicians just like these. We need to know who our DA is. We need to know how our DA feels. We need to know the thoughts of our DA. Yes, Regina said that part at Toothless. No matter who is in office, our conditions are very slow to any change or none at all. Some change will give the illusion of change for the betterment of all. And that's so very true. And it's really, really sad that, and we stay so at odds with each other. You see, they give us all of these different things to keep us as a people, as a whole, against one another. That's the divide and conquer method. And then we, in our poverty, we find reasons to dislike each other and stay divided, as opposed to reach one, teach one. And a lot of people used to have talent with their hands. And men used to take boys and teach them trades, painting, building something, changing tires. And the way the system has divided the woman and the man, and we are out of our place, not understanding the matriarchal system and how very important we are to any society. You can't have one without us. You can't have a man without a woman. You cannot do it because we give them life. And instead of us trying to understand the power that we possess, these people are abusing the power. That just think if these women were on the side of right, they already have hell to pay. We already know that. Just look at all of the judges of Asiatic descent. I did a show on it in Houston. And those women, the things they had to do just to get on the ballot. And one of them was already a sitting judge. We have enough. But just think if we could come together in power and in truth, we could really change the trajectory of our world. We really could. It does. It has to start with us. And, it's very hard to figure out how to change when you have people in your, in your own family that won't heed to the advice that you try to give them. When you see nothing but disaster coming their way, and they seem to ignore it as if you do not matter. And certainly what you say does not matter. It's disheartening to say the least. But you do the best you can, and then you keep moving, and that's the way I've learned to live. And it's very painful. Angela say, I'm tired of black people blaming white people for black people. Yes, ma'am. And they play an integral part, the European, but what we have to realize is it's people that look like us that gives them the opportunity to do what they do. Yeah, it's kind of hard to sustain it. But one thing I know that Taj teaches, and that is that pain is what's going to bring people together. So we haven't gone through enough pain. That's all it is. We have not suffered enough pain. And for that reason, we're not going to feel it. And we're not going to do it. Because pain will do one or two things. It'll motivate you to do something, or it'll put you down. That's what we know pain will do. So, that ain't no joke. Get a pain, get a toothache, get a headache, any ache. Whatever ache, it's going to motivate you to either do something or it's going to shut you down. One or the other. But y'all, we've had a beautiful evening. And I am truly grateful to everybody. Thank you again, Angela, for the super chat. I thank everybody for hitting the like button. And if you forgot to hit the like button, hit the like button. And feel free to leave a comment, even if it's an emoji. I greatly appreciate it. And again, it helps YouTube to see that no matter how large or how small, that my audience engage in them all. And so that's what's important to me. And I look forward to seeing you guys on Sunday. And hopefully I have some good news on Sunday. Let me see. And Kelly, thank you so much for the gift of membership. That really helps keep me alive. My membership and my super chats. That's what keeps me with small check, and I greatly appreciate that. Truly I do. And on that note, I'm going to play Speechless. And Speechless, I was talking about my membership because not my membership, my subscribership, because I used to get people come and go, and my numbers never seemed to change. And people that started well after me, their numbers was just soaring. And, you know, I don't envy those people. I'm happy for them because I'm not going to do what they do. So that's why I don't envy anybody. If I want something greater than I have, then I know what to do it. But I am very happy. I would love to grow just like I'm growing. I will never turn down anybody, but I don't tolerate disrespect. And I don't like people making, you know, comments back at other people, being mean and rude. I don't like that. You know, it's not necessary. And you don't come on here and talk for nobody. You talk for yourself. I really hate when, you know, people make comments and then people got to go and talk to them directly. I mean, you know, if you want to say all of that, just say what you got to say, but you ain't got to say it to the particular person because you don't even know them people. They don't have nothing to do with you. But, you know, this internet really make people strange and make them do things that they know they wouldn't ordinarily do. And it's really sad to see people be reduced to such stupidity. And then they call themselves parents. And you wonder what kind of children do they have? Because, you know, normally when people meet children that are unruly, they want to know what kind of mama or daddy do you have? What are your parents like? And it should be what are, but I just said what is. Because that's what some people will say. Excuse me, I think I just belched. They belch so much, and I get tired of grown people talking about these people burping. You know, I don't know how people were taught, but babies burp. Adults belch. I mean, I don't get it. And people be talking about grown people, but I swear in that trial, everybody that get on that stand belches about every 15 minutes. They belching. I think that's funny as hell. I mean, I don't know what causes them to belch. I don't know if it's nervous gas or if it's something they ate or if it's because they didn't eat. They're full of gas. I don't know what it is, but it's just amazing to see that most of the people, the guys that took the witness stand, they all was up there belching. But I guess that's just something strange I look at and I recognize. But I'm going to play my song that I made because YouTube really had me speechless because of the way my numbers were going up and down. So I'm going to play that for the newcomers who've never heard that. And, you know, you guys have probably never heard Short Boy. When I was being bullied, and that gentleman that bullied me, he's still doing the same thing, still talking about me, still calling me the child predator and all that stuff. He's really ridiculous. But I used to make songs to keep me in a good frame of mind because I am from the heart of the ghetto like everybody else, and I can talk with the best of them, but I choose not to do that. That's not why I came to YouTube. And I don't let people take me out of my character or off my mission and my purpose. So I would make up little funny songs. A lot of them I deleted and didn't realize I had deleted them, but some of them I just made up because a lot of people were talking about me and laughing and making all kind of videos and stuff. So I just would make parodies and start singing different ones. So I'm going to play Short Boy. Me and him, the little guy, he and I, we were in good place. And he understood what happened. And he really apologized very sincerely. And he knew he was very disrespectful. But I really appreciate him for his apology. He was very sincere, in my opinion. And that's what I'm going to take it as. Yeah, do you think that makes sense, starting court after lunch? I mean, what kind of sense is... You know, those judges make their own schedules. This man hardly ever worked. This is probably the most he done worked since he left the Army. And he's in the reserve. But I'm talking about since he left the full service. Because this doesn't make sense the way he's holding this court. And then they come after lunch, and after an hour, they need a comfort break. And I think he needs the comfort breaks, because I never knew they had comfort breaks in court. But he give them comfort breaks. But when you think about the jury, it's been there a year. Because it took them almost a year to seat them. So they've been entangled in this mess for over a year. Could you imagine? Who's paying their bills? It's amazing what's happening. And y'all, we need to be sure that we look at if I knew how to put the words on the screen, I would. I don't know how to do that. I would do that, but I don't know how to do it. If you could tell me how to do it. That would be fun. Although I couldn't hear y'all, but that would be fun, though. Because I was just making up stuff, y'all. I really was just saying something. Okay, just like you play videos while live streaming. Oh, okay. Well, you mean like put the... See if it'll let me put the... Okay, let me see if it'll let me put the... I know what you're saying now. I think I do. To see if it'll let me do the closed caption on it. Okay, let me see if it'll let me do that. I was looking for Liquid's thing because she have some good videos, y'all. I mean, she be serious too. She have some real good stuff. And she shouted me out the other day. And so I was very grateful for that. But she has some interesting stuff. And she know a lot too. And then I need to see which one of these I have. Y'all might want to check out Uncle Suge's channel, The Prototype. He's been playing some stuff that kind of help you understand the craziness of these people around here. Okay, she just dropped one about Dame Dash. She be on their butts. Everybody. I'm gonna drop LA Pink in here. Yeah, she's from St. Louis and she says she live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But she go home, sound like quite often. I don't know her, I just heard her on her videos. But I'm gonna put LA Pink, she's from Atlanta and she's the one who's trying to do stuff. Yeah, I heard them say that about the music. Now, this music I'll be playing is the one that I found in the YouTube studio. But they say they have, regular music like you can play that's free. But I haven't found that. So I'm not saying it's not there. Me and the computer are not good friends. So anything I do is really good that I'm able to do it. Because a lot of stuff I do, people really do not believe me. I really do it by accident. And I don't even know how I did it. Oh no, that's the therapist. That's not. Oh, let me find this other one. I wanted to put this other one in here. This is going to be a link to I think that is. She have pink hair? Let me look. Yeah, that's her. That's right. Now, they might have another way, or they might have another channel, but she was on Dinah show, the one who does the videos with Judge Joe Brown. And they're really out in the streets doing the work. So, you know, she might have just started this. She got look like 4,000 videos. So I don't know why she doesn't have a lot of people or a lot of views and stuff. Maybe she have another channel. But I do know that is her. I'm gonna put this one in here. This is one that y'all, if y'all want to see the craziness between that crazy guy and the one who had him doing all of his dirty work. Now he done turned on him, and they all laughed and talked about me for going to the police and stuff and going to court, and now everybody's wanting to go to the police and go to court. It's very funny. Everybody want to go to the police and go to court. So I just think there's strange things happen around here in this YouTube world. One thing I had to learn on YouTube, that everybody that holler, they just keeping it real. I had to learn that keeping it real on YouTube means everybody ain't loyal. Remember, everybody ain't loyal. That's what keeping it real means on YouTube. That's it. For real. All right, y'all. Let me hit Shark Boy. Yeah, that's her, Regina. Shark Boy. Let me let my people here. Texas in the South. Louisiana in the South. Georgia in the South. Florida in the South. Everybody do the Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Hey, Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Everybody do the Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Hey, Shark Boy. Shark Boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people want to swim and he's snapping at their hand. I said he's sitting on the beach. They're playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping at their hand. Do the Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Hey, Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Everybody do the Shark Boy. Shark Boy. Hey, Shark Boy. Shark Boy. I said he's sitting on the beach and playing in the sand. The people trying to swim and he's snapping with their hands. I say he's playing on the beach, sitting in the sand. People trying to slam and he's snapping the thing in. Do the shorts, boy. Hey. Hey, Regina wouldn't let me do it. And I don't know how to do the words. You know, I tried to do the closed caption on the lives, but I don't know how to do that. YouTube. When I look at the subscribers that I received over the past year, 60 subscribers compared to other content creators. Some started when I started. Some came after me. The numbers are not numbering. From what my numbers tell me, I gained 1 subscriber every 6 days. YouTube. You got me. You got me. You've got me, YouTube. You've got me speechless. You've got me. You've got me. You've got me. You've got me speechless. All I can say is yes, yes, yes. All I can say is yes, yes, yes. Whoo. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place. Find yourself in love. Good night, everybody.